Right, I think we're ready to start. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jenna Latt, and I'm the manager of the off-road control section. Thanks for joining us at our public work group today to discuss potential concepts for the Tier 5 rulemaking. This is the second in a series of work group meetings for Tier 5, and today we're going to be discussing the low load cycle, hybrid credit provisions, small volume manufacturer, and the GHG capping standards. Today's work group will be recorded, and then it's currently being recorded and will be posted. All the slides are on our Tier 5 web site. And so you should have received a Gov delivery notice, I think last Monday, indicating that the agenda and the slides were posted a week in advance. One quick note is that today's Tier 5 workshop or work group is a separate rulemaking process from the off-road in-use diesel fleet rulemaking that's currently under development by another section at Carb. So our focus today is on the new diesel off-road engines, and it's not directed at fleets. So if Muslim hasn't already put up the agenda, he can do so now. And Muslim will be presenting the slides that are posted. And we also have a QA session in between each topic, and then a short lunch break. And so, as you know, we have 3 methods for entertaining questions: by telephone, by the Zoom Q&A box at the bottom of your screen, and the raised hand feature if you want to, we'll unmute folks if they want to ask their question verbally. So as we're presenting, feel free to type in your question in the Q&A box, and then we'll answer them verbally in the order received during the Q&A sessions. We'll also split our time in between the questions with the raised hands feature and the telephone. And I don't think we got any telephone questions last time, so it's mainly just the raised hands feature and the Q&A box. But we're really interested in hearing your comments and feedback. Kim, would you like to say a few words too?
Yes, I would. Are you guys able to hear me? I'm on a borrowed laptop today, so it's not quite the setup I'm used to, but it looks like you guys are hearing me and seeing me and everything. Just want to welcome everybody who's attending, and just want to reiterate, the more input that we can get from affected industry and other interested stakeholders, the better rule we're going to be able to craft here. So really encourage folks to give us input, whether that's verbally today or written later, or contact us by phone or email later if you don't want to talk in a public setting. We've been having a series of really rewarding and informative meetings with individual off-road manufacturers, and have been learning a lot and getting a lot of great ideas, and really hoping that those meetings and that exchange of data and ideas will continue. One thing you'll notice today as you watch the presentations is that some of the parts of this rulemaking are very technical. In particular, like the development of the proposed low load cycle involves some pretty serious math. And so for folks that are seeing it for the first time here, it may be sort of a lot to take in. But particularly on that topic, we plan to have some separate sort of in-depth technical discussions with folks that are interested in getting into the nitty-gritty of how we're analyzing and processing the data to come up with the proposed cycle. So if anyone's interested in going deeper on that, please do reach out to Yitan afterwards, and he can include you in those more detailed technical working sessions on that. And then just please don't be shy with any comments or questions. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, Kim. Well, with that, why don't we get started?
Muslim, can you make the presentation full screen? You can go to window.
This is a PDF version, so I'm trying to.
Yes.
I think what you did before, full width.
Yeah, that's
best. Yep.
Yeah, that's unfortunately, since it's
Yes.
a PDF, it's.
So we're going to be using the PDF today because it has the ADA compliance. It complies with ADA already, so that's what we're using today.
It's okay, or you want me to make it bigger?
Can you check the window, that button? And the should, if I remember correctly, you can also use F11 to make it full screen. That's my memory, but it could be wrong.
Okay, let me try.
Okay.
Doesn't change it. I don't know if it's
okay. I think we should just proceed.
Yes. Control L or view full screen. Can you check the view on the menu?
Okay.
View. Full screen mode, Control L. Yes. Here we go. All right. Thank you, Jenna, Kim, and Mosen. So today I'm going to talk about our a very important concept in our potential Tier 5 rulemaking, the off-road low-load cycle development. Next slide, please. Here is the outline of today's presentation. First, we will go over the background of low-load cycle development. We will discuss why we need a low-load cycle for off-road engines. We will review the development of the non-road transient cycle, NRTC, and the on-road low-load cycle, on-road LLC. We will describe the two different types of data we are using for the development of the off-road low-load cycle. We will also describe the two different methods we plan to use. They are the microtrip-based method and the day-in-the-life method. This presentation also includes some current analysis results. We will take questions after this presentation. Next slide, please. This section, we will go over the background of this work. Next slide. Off-road engine emissions are measured over both transient and steady state testing. The non-road transient cycle NRTC applies to variable speed off-road diesel engines below 506 kilowatt. The right side figure shows the normalized torque and engine load of the NRTC. NRTC is a fairly intense cycle with an average engine load of around 39%. The normalized torque is about 25% for around 80% of the time. The steady state testing includes various modal cycles, such as the C1 8-mode steady state test cycle. Depending on the engine power and type, the steady state testing applies to all variable and constant speed off-road diesel engines. Next slide. The Tier 5 rulemaking is considering a new potential off-road low-load cycle. Data have shown that low-load operations are common in real-world off-road applications. For example, data provided by engine manufacturers indicated that some off-road engines have more than 40% idle time in real-world applications. In our November workshop last year, we showed that the NRTC does not sufficiently represent the low-load conditions that occur in real-world duty cycles. In our off-road Knox demonstration project, the Southwest Research Institute, SWRI, developed the low-load application cycle based on proprietary data. Knox emissions over the LLAC were up to 19 times higher than the emissions during the NRTC. Such high emission levels suggest that even a small fraction of low-load operations could have big impacts on the emission inventory. The high NOx emissions also indicate that the SCR system was inefficient under low load conditions for today's engines. This is because sustained low load operations decrease exhaust temperatures. When the SCR system is below 200 degrees C, the NOx conversion efficiency is low. Therefore, it is necessary to have a potential new low load cycle to ensure effective NOx emission control. The objective of this work is to develop a low load cycle applicable to variable speed off-road diesel engines between 56 and 560 kilowatt that is indicative of engine operations under low load and low exhaust temperature conditions. Next slide, please. To inform our work, we have reviewed the development of NRTC. The US EPA, EMA, and South WRI jointly developed the NRTC in the early 2000s. First, real-world engine speed and load data were recorded from 8 pieces of equipment in 7 different applications. Staff used 2 strategies to create representative duty cycles for individual applications. The first method was the microtrip-based method. This method divided the data into microtrips, and the most representative microtrips were selected for the cycle. This method was applied to the agricultural tractor cycle, the backhoe loader cycle, and the crawler dozer cycle. The other method is the day-in-the-life-based method, which uses a moving window rather than microtrips to examine the data. This method was applied to the skid steer load cycle, the arc welder cycle, the rubber tire load cycle, and the excavator cycle. All 7 applications were weighted equally, and segments from individual application cycles were combined together to create the NRTC. Next slide, please. The microtrip-based method is widely used in cycle development. A microtrip is a very short string of engine activity data from actual equipment operation. In the development of NRTC, microtrips ranged from 22 seconds to 5.6 minutes. Staff calculated the characteristics of the microtrips. This includes the normalized speed, torque, power of microtrips, and they compile those characteristics with the full body of data. They use the chi-square analysis for the comparison, and the most representative microtrips were assembled to form a cycle. Next slide, please. The day-in-the-life-based method was applied to about 123 hours of data from 5 pieces of equipment. The analysis was conducted using a 19-minute window incremented at 1-minute intervals. For each window, staff also used the chi-square statistic for the comparison with the full body of data. The window of activity that best represented the full body of data for that piece of equipment was selected as the most typical duty cycle. Next slide, please. In addition to NRTC, we also examined the development of the on-road low-load cycle in the heavy-duty omnibus regulation. The development of on-road LLC used the microtrip-based method with advanced statistical analysis. The development included data from 751 vehicles in 44 different vocational designs. The final low-load cycle is about 5,500 seconds. The on-road low-load cycle includes three emission control challenges. These are the high load to low load transition, sustained low load operations, and low load to high load transition. The on-road LLC is an effective tool to ensure future engines are equipped with systems and calibrations that control emissions effectively in low load operations. Next slide, please. Next, we will talk about the data sources we are using for the off-road LLC development. Next slide. The California Air Resources Board is working with Southwest, US EPA, and the Center for Environmental Research and Technology at the UC Riverside to develop the off-road low-load cycle. In total, we collected data from 240 off-road diesel engines in different applications. To our knowledge, this is the best available off-road data set for cycle development. The data set includes two types of data. The first type is the long-term monitoring data. Engine activities were recorded from ECU for multiple weeks in the real world for each engine. We have the construction activity data from UC Riverside, which include 56 engines with more than 7,000 hours of engine operation. We also have the agricultural activity data set from UC Riverside, which includes 52 engines with more than 11,000 hours of engine operation. We received engine activity data from two off-road yard tractors from our contractors. The two yard tractors had almost 6,000 hours of engine operation. However, yard tractors only contributed a very small fraction to the overall Knox emission. Therefore, the yard tractor data needs separate analysis to avoid potential bias. Another major category of data is the short-term testing data. For this type of data, only a few hours of data were recorded for each engine. Some data came from various PAMS testing projects. Some data was submitted directly by manufacturers. We really appreciate the help from these 10 manufacturers. Those data are invaluable to us. The short-term testing data include 130 engines with more than 900 hours of engine operation. Next slide, please. In the next section, we will talk about the methodology used for potential off-road low-load cycle development. Next slide, please. This slide shows the general approach we use to develop the off-road LLC. There are 6 major steps in the development work. First, we organized and cleaned up all the received data. For example, we removed ECU data that are out of range as specified in the J 1939 protocol. We also conducted data smoothing to reduce signal noise in this step. In the data analysis step, we use the microtrip-based method for long-term monitoring data and the day-in-the-life-based method for short-term testing data. We have generated a frequency distribution of average loads, and we need to identify the cutoff point for the low load region. Only identified low load windows will be included in the subsequent K-means clustering analysis. We will identify representative engine profiles based on the analysis and refine them with Southwest Research Institute. Southwest will conduct cycle translation and engine dyno testing. Next slide, please. This slide shows an example of how we treat the incoming data. after removing out of range data, we use the moving average method to smooth engine activity data. Recorded engine activity data could have some signal noise. The right side figure shows an example of engine speed data. The dashed green line represents the raw data. The engine was idling around 800 RPM, and we can notice that the engine speed showed some fluctuations around that value. We used a 5-second weighted moving average window to smooth the engine speed data. The smooth data is represented by the black line, and we can notice that the signal noise is significantly reduced by this method. The method was established by the National Renewable Energy Lab, and all the parameters are smoothed in this work. Next slide, please. An important concept in the development of low-load cycle is microtrip. In this study, we used engine speed data to divide engine activities into microtrips. As we mentioned earlier, a microtrip is an operation segment. It's an operation segment between two breakpoints in our development effort. We introduced the breakpoint speed idea to identify breakpoints. The breakpoint speed is the most frequent engine speed below 1100 RPM for each engine. The right side figure shows an example. First, we generate the histogram of engine speed for this engine. As shown on this figure, the x-axis is the engine speed and the y-axis is the data counts. For this specific engine, the most frequent speed is at 800 RPM, and we define 800 RPM as the breakpoint speed. If the engine operated at the breakpoint speed for more than 10 seconds consecutively, we create a breakpoint at the beginning of the period. Next slide, please. In the next step, we conducted a moving average window analysis after microtrips are identified. A moving average window includes 5 microtrips, and the window moves by 1 microtrip each time. The right side figure shows an example of the analysis. The upper panel shows the engine speed, and the bottom panel shows the engine percent load at current speed. The data were divided into 7 microtrips using the breakpoint speed method. These microtrips are labeled from A to G and show in different colors. Microtrips may have different lengths. This figure has 3 different moving average windows. For example, the first window, window number 1, includes microtrips A to E. And the second microtrip window includes microtrips from B to F. For the entire data set, the median length of the 5 microtrip window is 1651 seconds. We calculated many statistics for each window, such as the average engine load, the maximum engine load in the window. These statistics will be used in the subsequent analysis. Next slide, please. In the next section, we will show the results from our current analysis. Next slide, please. Before that, we want to briefly review the on-road low-load cycle development again. We use the development of on-road low-load cycle as a primary reference for our analysis. The development of on-road LLC also used the moving average window method. Researchers from the National Renewable Energy Lab examined the histogram of window average load, which is shown in the right side figure. In this figure, the histogram of window average load is shown by red dots. The histogram can be fitted with 3 Gaussian distributions. A Gaussian distribution can be determined by 3 parameters as shown in the equation on the left side. The coefficient A determines the height of the peak, and the coefficient B determines the location of the peak. It's the medium and the mode of the peak. And the coefficient C determines the width of the peak. It's also related to the standard deviation of the distribution. For the on-road data, there was a distinct low load peak at around 15% engine load. The peak is represented by the dark blue line. The green line represents a broad peak, which has a similar engine load as the FTP cycle. So it is also named as the FTP peak. The yellow line on the right side represents a high load peak. Its medium load is similar to the RMC set cycle. So this peak is also called as the RMC set peak. And all these 3 peaks combined together will create the fit represented by the black line. Next slide, please. We learned a lot from the on-road low-load cycle development. In the development of on-road LLC, the cutoff point of low load was set at the 20th percentile of the overall distribution, which is located at the about 22% average load. This location is represented by the dashed red line in the figure, and it's also pointed by the arrow in the figure. The bottom 20% windows that had average load lower than the cutoff point were considered low load windows. In the development, only low load windows were included in the subsequent K-means clustering analysis. We will determine a similar cutoff point for the off-road LLC development. Next slide, please. The development of off-road low-load cycle included both long-term monitoring and short-term testing data. As we mentioned earlier, the 2 yard tractors were analyzed separately to avoid potential bias. Our analysis generated almost 160,000 windows in total. The result of our analysis is shown in the right side figure. The x-axis is the window average load calculated from engine load at current speed parent ECU signal. And the y-axis shows the number of windows. The histogram of window average load is represented by the blue dots. Unlike the on-road LLC development, the histogram does not show a trimodal shape. Instead, the off-road data is best fit with a 2-term Gaussian model to break the distribution down to a combination of 2 distinct Gaussian peaks. And the 2-term Gaussian model equation is shown on the left side. The first peak is the low load peak, which is represented by the dashed green line in the figure. The center of this peak is located at 27% engine load. The second peak is represented by the dashed purple line. The center of the second peak is located at around 43% engine load, which is close to the average engine load of the NRTC cycle. Therefore, we name this second peak as the NRTC peak. We conducted the 2-sample t-test on the 2 peaks. The results shows that the 2 peaks are statistically independent with a p-value of 0.01. We also conducted similar analysis based on equipment applications, and we found that the location of the load peak is similar across different applications. We also listed the 95th confidence bounds of all the fits, and we can see that this confidence bounds are relatively narrow, and this is also a strong evidence that these two peaks are distinct. They are statistically different. Next slide, please. After analyzing the load distribution, we need to determine the cutoff point for low load windows. Only low load windows will be included in the subsequent clustering analysis. If we follow the on-load low load cycle development using the 20th percentile of the overall distribution, the cutoff point is at around 24% average load for all the received data except for yard tractors. We look at the distribution of yard tractors separately. The 20th percentile of the distribution of the yard tractor data is at around 27% average load. We are also analyzing 15%, 20%, and 25% average loads as possible cutoff points for low load operations. For example, when we are considering the 25% average load as the cutoff point, we found that it is very close to the mode of the low load peak. It's also near the 25th percentile of the NRTC peak, which avoids much of that activity. We also examined the distribution of normalized engine torque over the NRTC cycle. As we mentioned earlier, the 20th percentile is actually of the engine normalized engine torque is at 25 to 26%. The normalized engine torque is very close to the engine percent load at current speed. Therefore, if we choose 25% engine load as the cutoff point, the resulting low load cycle could represent low load operations underrepresented by the NRTC. If we choose 15% or 20% as the cutoff point, the resulting low load windows can be even more different from the typical high load operation windows or the operations represented by NRTC. However, if we are using the lower cutoff points, the number of windows included in the subsequent analysis will be much less. For example, if the cutoff point is set at 15%, only the bottom 5% windows will be included in the subsequent analysis. For today's workshop, we welcome any comments regarding the potential cutoff point for low load windows. We welcome any suggestions on this. Next slide, please. After the cutoff point for low load windows is determined, we will conduct a clustering analysis using characteristics of low load windows. Potential characteristics include the window average load, maximum engine load, medium load, the standard deviation of engine load, and the number of engine loading events per hour, and the engine loading ratio, which is the ratio of increasing to decreasing loading rate time. These 6 characteristics are similar to what have been examined in the development of on-load LLC. We are considering 2 additional characteristics that are relevant to low load operations. We plan to include the percent operation below 25% engine load and the percent of operations staying below 25% engine load for 300 consecutive seconds. Of course, if we are using a cutoff point different from 25%, the numbers here can be modified as well. We can look at the percent of operation below 15% engine load, for example. And we again we are welcoming any comments on this. Next slide, please. For the next steps, we are requesting comments on today's presentation. We are requesting data for constant speed engines to understand their low-load operations in the real world. We will host a small group follow-up low-load cycle meeting during August and September this year with interested stakeholders. We will propose and refine candidate engine profiles in September for Southwest. And Southwest will conduct low-load cycle project advisory group meeting in the fourth quarter of this year. Southwest will start cycle translation and engine dyno testing in late this year, and the testing results will be available early next year. Next slide, please. If you have any comments or questions, please contact Jenna or me through email or a phone call. And that is the end of today's presentation. Thank you. Oh, it's much faster than I expected.
All right, Muslim, would you like to read the questions now?
Sure, yes. The first question is, here is how to influence the rule. Do they more outreach to rural industry-based economies? Kim, please.
Yeah, good morning. So Marissa Danielson, I apologize if I'm getting that first name wrong, put in a number of comments related to her concerns on the in-use off-road diesel rule, which is an in-use rule that affects fleets in California that own off-road diesel equipment. And there's some, as Jenna mentioned early on, there's some amendments that are proposed for that rule that are moving in parallel to this rulemaking. So maybe I can cover, Ms. Danielson put a number of comments in the chat, so maybe I can just go over all of them and then provide a response. So she also suggested quit making your own foreign policy with restrictions that are stricter than national standards. Are you familiar with the trucking debacle that you created? And what she's referring to there is that because California has the worst air quality in the nation, the Clean Air Act gives us special authority to write our own air quality standards that are stricter than the national ones. And so it seems like she's indicating she'd prefer that we just stuck with the national standards. And when she also commented, has Carb done, has Carb done any research on how many small businesses your regulations have closed? She'd be very curious to hear that data. And then, okay, I think that's the combination of her questions. And I just wanted to say, like, we, the staff at Carb here, we totally get that our regulations can have a huge impact on businesses, and in particular small businesses. And oftentimes we craft our regulations to have special, less strict provisions for small fleets, like the ones that we're going to talk about later here today for small volume manufacturers, for example. The in-use off-road regulation does contain special provisions that take effect later and that are less strict for small businesses, but we totally get that the regs are a big deal and impose serious costs and can influence whether a business can stay in business or not. And my suggestion for Ms. Danielson is to reach out to the staff that are working on the in-use off-road diesel reg amendments and talk through her specific situation and relay her concerns directly to them. I put in the chat the contact information for the staff that's working on that. Nathan Dean is the lead staff for that effort, and Johanna Levine is the manager over that effort. In acknowledgement of the fact that our regulations do pose challenges to small businesses, Carb has a special office, the Office of the Ombudsman, that's set up to help small business navigate our rulemakings and understand our requirements and just provide general help. So that's the Office of the Ombudsman is another resource for small businesses that are concerned about Carb rules or proposed rules. So that'd be another avenue to reach out. So hopefully that helps. And Ms. Danielson, if you want to reach out to me personally on email, I'd be happy to work with you individually to make sure that you're getting to the right people to discuss your concerns on that other rulemaking.
I was also going to mention one other thing. So as part of the rulemaking process, Carb is required to assess the impacts to small businesses. And so for Tier 5 rulemaking, we've already begun to think about the impacts as we're meeting with stakeholders. And as a result of that, we've developed a potential small volume manufacturer provision to address some of those issues. And part of that is it applies, it meets that definition of small business, that federal definition, fewer than 1,000 employees. So I'm glad you brought that up, and it's something that we're thinking about as well.
Thanks, Jenna.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I just want to note it and thank you all the people who are giving the tip for the Control L and full view the Acrobat. Thank you so much. Next question. Is 19 times Knox emission over at low load over the NRTC based on the Knox or based on the Knox gram kilowatt per hour or gram per hour on page 5? Jeff, please.
Sure, I'll take that one. Thank you, Muslim. Muslim, is there a chance you can pull up slide 5 while I answer this?
Yes, let me try that one.
The answer to this question is that the units are grams per kilowatt hour, which are the customary units we use, both EPA and Carb, when we set standards for off-road and non-road diesel engines. The 19 times, that was based on a feasibility demonstration being done by Southwest Research at the moment. And it's the emissions over the NRTC versus emissions over the low load application cycle, which is a little bit different than the one that Yi is describing today in his presentation. The low load application cycle was, it's based on some John Deere numbers, and it was developed for the initial purpose of demonstration testing the off-road diesel engine. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Was there any analysis of low load data by engine power bands, or was it just yard tractors that were looked at separately? Yi, please.
Yes, this is a very good question. We know that for the off-road engines, they have very many different power categories. If that's what you mean by power bands. And for this analysis, we didn't look at those engines in separately. We didn't examine the load distribution or the activity data based on that. The reason is for the same application, we believe that engines in different power bands or power categories could have similar activity patterns. And we only look at the young tractors data separately because they contribute a small fraction to the emission inventory, but of the active data we have on our hand is a lot. It's almost 6,000 hours of data. If we include that into our analysis, it will create a bias in our result. That's why we chose the current method.
Thank you. Next question. Did Highway LLC development include the windows of 5 microtrips? What's the benefit of this step in lieu of microtrips only? Yi, please.
Again, this is a very good question. In the highway low load cycle development, NREL, the National Renewable Energy Lab, look at the 5 microtrip window, the 10 microtrip window, and the 15 microtrip window. They did a comparison of these 3 different methods. And they determined that in the end, they used the 10 microtrip window method in the on-road LLC development. And the the average length of the 10 microtrip window in the on-road LLC development was about 1,200 seconds long. And the resulting on-road LLC is over 5,000 seconds. So we want to keep our microtrip window in we want them to have a similar length as the on-road low-load cycle development. And we tried the 5 microtrip window, and the medium length is about 1,600,000 seconds, which is a little bit longer compared to the on-road LLC development, but still it's acceptable. And if we go with 10 microtrip windows, the resulting cycle could be too long. So we decided we will stick with the 5 microtrip window instead of 10 microtrip window. The benefit of using a moving average window of microtrips is that it will better account for the engine operation history. For example, a single microtrip, there is a large variation in the microtrip length. Some microtrips could be only maybe a little bit more than 100 seconds, and some microtrips could be very long, and making an average window could smooth that out as well. And by looking at a 5 microtrip window, we can include a mixture of different application operations. For example, one microtrip could have the sustained low-load operation, and another microtrip window could have transient low-load operation. And when you put them together to create a moving average window, we will have a better representation of the engine operation history.
Thank you. Next question. On the previous meeting, Southwest mentioned that emission limit will be 3 times of NRTC limit for LLC mode. Is it still valid? And will all the emission limits be 3 times of NRTC limit? For example, Knox will be 0.12 gram kilowatt per hours. PM will be 0.015 gram kilowatt per hours. How about CO2? According to GHG capping, Carb has a plan to reduce CO2 compared with present engine. Does Carb have also any plan to reduce CO2 for LLC mode compared with the present engine?
So for this question, first of all, I want to make a clarification. I think Southwest, they didn't test for LLC. They tested only for low-load application cycle, the LLAC. We don't have a final LLC yet, so we don't have emission standard for the LLC yet. We have to test the John Deere engine in our low NOx demonstration project over the final LLC. Based on the testing results, we will propose the emission standards for the LLC. And will emission limits be 3 times of the NRTC limit? Jenna or Jeff, can you make a comment on that? And about the CO2. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, because we don't have a final LLC right now, we are not sure what will be the final standards.
Yeah, I'm going to read the question again. It says, on the previous meeting, Southwest Research mentioned that the emission limit will be 3 times the NRTC limit for the LLC mode. Is that still valid? I think the answer to that is that we're still trying to figure out what the LLC limit would be. So we don't have an answer for that. And then continuing on, it says, will all the emission limits be 3 times the NRTC limit? For example, Knox will be 0.12 grams per kilowatt hour, PM 0.015. How about CO2? So again, we're still figuring out what those limits will be. And then it says, according to the GHG capping, Carb has a plan to reduce CO2 compared to present engines. Does Carb have any plans to reduce CO2 for the LLC mode compared with the present engine? Did you answer that one, Yi?
No,
okay.
Not yet.
Why don't you take that one?
You want me to take that one? Yeah. So yes, we do want to reduce CO2 emissions from the LLC mode. For right now, the Southwest is testing different configurations to find out what's the best way to reduce CO2 emissions. This could be the CO2 reduction goals could be achieved by different technologies, such as the seeing the deactivation or the dynamic skip file technologies. But for right now, we do not have CO2 capping standard for low load cycle yet. We have to test the engine over the LLC at Southwest first.
Thanks, Yi.
Okay, move on with the next question. What could be the duration of LLC test cycle? Yi, please.
Yes, this is a very good question. For right now, the answer is we don't know. We have to look at this clustering analysis of the low load windows to determine how many windows we want to include into the final low load cycle. And we expect the low load cycle should be long enough to cover different emission control challenges. Similar as in the on-road low load cycle development, we want to cover from the low load to high load transition, the sustained low load operation, and high load to low load transition. We want all those emission control challenges to be included in the low load cycle. For right now, we don't know the length, but it could be similar as the on-road low load cycle.
Okay. Next question. After determining two-mode distribution, were ag and construction applications evaluated separately to compare to this combined distribution?
This is a question from Steve Berry. Steve, this is a good question. And we did look at the agricultural and construction applications separately. And we also compiled the results. And because for today's presentation, we didn't show those results due to its complexity, and so we didn't include those comparisons in today's presentation. But for anyone who are interested in this topic, we can discuss those results with you. And in the analysis, we did find that agricultural engines and construction equipment, they have very similar distributions of activities.
And also, yeah, so when we talk about following up in these small group meetings that we're going to have on the low load cycle, we can certainly provide that data and show folks who are interested. So please sign up for that.
Next question. Will the follow-up LLC meeting include discussion with EMTC, or should manufacturers contact Carb if interested to take part? Jenna, please.
Yes, I think that manufacturers should contact Carb directly if you're interested in taking part.
Thank you. Next question. Will auxiliary loads be removed as in the highway cycle development, if I remember correctly, then added back in within the regulation via a fixed auxiliary power level? Yeah.
Yes, in the on-road LLC development, Southwest and Unroll examined the ECU parameter, engine load at current speed. We are using exactly the same parameter for our analysis. So our method is almost identical to the on-road LLC development. And I don't think we, for that engine parameter, I don't know if the auxiliary loads were removed or not. That's something I'm really not sure about. We can definitely discuss these details. But in general, our current approach is very similar as the on-road LLC development.
Okay, thank you. You are creating a state that merely offloads all emission to other state. Does the air over Tahoe know the border? Kim, please.
Sure. Yeah. So the reason California has stricter emission standards, and for example, the reason that we're working here today on Tier 5 standards for off-road engines ahead of the federal government is because California has the worst air quality in the state, or excuse me, in the nation. And so so that's why we need to take action here. And yes, of course, air masses do cross borders, but there are measures that we can pursue in California to cut emissions here faster than the federal government can or will do. And in fact, over the last 30, 40 years, California has had amazing success doing this, and air today is much cleaner than it used to be in the 70s and 80s, and a lot of that is due to measures that took effect only in California because the need here was more dire, and so that kind of explains the rationale behind it. I've provided my personal email address to Ms. Danielson, and I would be really happy to talk with you one-on-one. I don't work on the in-use off-road reg anymore, but I was the manager of the group that developed that reg a couple decades ago. And I know the people that are working on it now. So I'd be happy to help make sure that you're connected with the folks that are working on the rule that's giving you a lot of concern about how it may affect your business. Okay, so Mosem, I think that covers that. And I'd be happy to talk to her one-on-one.
Sure. Did you want to talk about rural communities, or that's fine? We can move up to next question.
I think all of her questions pertain to the in-use off-road reg, not the rule that we're discussing in this work group. So it's probably better if I talk with her one-on-one.
Sure. Thank you so much. Next question. I may have missed it, but it's moving. But did you look into average duration of idle segments or low load segments so that LLAC does not add unnecessary biases, which could lead to unrealistic low temperature, low load? Yi, please.
Yes, that's a very good question from Yusuf. And yes, we did look at the average. First of all, I want to clarify that we didn't look at the idle operations because we don't know for many engines, we don't know if the engine was in idle because we don't have enough engine information. So we could not determine the idle operations for those engines. But we did look at the length of the low load segments for every engine. We do have that statistics available, and we can definitely discuss if you are interested in that. And if you want to, you can also participate in some small group discussion with us. And also the low load application cycle, it's based on the proprietary data. So we don't know if it's really how well it represents the real world activities. We can definitely compare our statistics with the LLAC to see how the LLAC works. Because our LLC development work is based on a way more comprehensive data set. I believe the final LLC will be more relevant to the real world load operations.
So just for clarification, I just want to state, so the LLAC that was mentioned in the question box, that was a cycle that was developed by Southwest Research for our current demonstration project that we're looking at emissions from that. But what Yi is presenting on today is different from the LLAC. He's presenting on the LLC, or low load cycle, and how we're developing that new duty cycle. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. Next question. The 19 times emission rate on LLAC, was it gram brake horsepower per hour or gram per second? The reason I ask it, that if it is gram brake horsepower per hour and it being low load, then horsepower hour is low and the net effect of criteria pollutant emitted per unit time might be very low when one compared the gram per second of high load versus gram per second of low load. Jeff, please.
Thank you, Muslim.
Yeah.
I answered a similar question earlier. The units, the emission measurement units are grams per kilowatt hour, not grams per brake horsepower hour, as you suggested, or not even grams per second. The difference, the 19 times is based on the emissions from the LLAC, the proprietary cycle that Jenna just explained, that Southwest created, versus the composite non-road transient cycle, which is the standard test cycle for off-road engines currently and under Tier 4. So there was a difference of 19 times the emissions rate between those two cycles. Thank you.
Bill, please, if you want to add something.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that, here's my camera, that there's how much time of one is doing an operation. There's the exhaust flow rate, which was mentioned here, you know, how much is coming out at these concentrations. But there's also, you know, the whether or not a high efficiency after treatment is working. And if something like an SCR that can have a 50 or 100 times reduction factor when it's working, when it stops working, that same factor works against us very quickly. And so just a few percent of the time or a few percent of the exhaust flow can contribute, you know, almost as much as the entire rest of the operation that when the control is active. So that weighting of what happens when when the SCR system loses its activity can make these small bits of operation very, very important.
Thank you, Bill. Will the emission cycle change from LLAC to LLC? Yi, please.
Yes, I can answer this question. So for right now, we have to finalize our LLC development. And our current understanding is because our development is based on the best available real world data. So it is likely it's more relevant to real world operations, and it is more useful for certification purposes compared to the LLAC. But of course, we will compare the LLAC with the LLC to understand the differences and to make sure we have the most useful certification cycle for off-road engines. And if Jenna or Jeff has anything to chime in, please.
No, I think that's good, Yi.
Thank you. Will the next step include additional technology feasibility research across different engine configuration, example for cylinder engine, and cost impact to achieve the improved SCR efficiency under the proposed LLC cycle? Jeff, please.
Sure, thank you, Muslim. We are looking at technology called cylinder deactivation at Southwest Research Institute to achieve the emission reductions in CO2 for engines between 56 and 560 kilowatts. It doesn't necessarily have to be a cylinder deactivation strategy that manufacturers employ to reduce CO2. In terms of the engine, I'm reading the question here, cost impact to achieve the improved SCR efficiency under the proposed LLC cycle. Yes, we are looking at costs. We have a cost study that is going to be going out to the manufacturing industry very soon. We're looking at the costs of what the more robust SCR, the latest generation of SCR devices, will provide. So yes, we're definitely looking at cost for that. And I think that's the answer to your question.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. If we try to target LLC CO2-based standards, do we have enough of an industry baseline to determine what the CO2 capping standard would be? Jeff or Yi?
Sure, yeah, I'll give that a shot.
Yeah.
There is no LLC cycle currently, so there is no data available upon which to analyze to come up with a CO2 standard. If we adopted a standard, it would be based on what comes out of the Southwest research demonstration. That demonstration, it's our understanding that the technologies being developed are transferable from 56 kilowatts to 560 kilowatts. So if we do propose an LLC standard, if one is warranted, if we do propose a CO2 standard for the LLC, if it's warranted, it will most likely based on that information. If manufacturers or other stakeholders have information that they'd be willing to provide to us that we could take under consideration, that would be very useful as well. And if there are alternatives to setting in a CO2 LLC standard that stakeholders would like to discuss with that, our ears are wide open. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. Excellent.
Muslim,
sorry.
before you go on to that, so we've been getting a lot of questions about the feasibility study. So I just wanted to remind everybody that we have a contract with Southwest Research to test the feasibility of the standards that we're looking at. We've been talking about those in the last couple work group and workshop meetings, and we're looking at a 90% reduction in N2O and a 50% reduction in PM for the 56 to 560 kilowatt hour rating. And as part of that, we've been holding project advisory group meetings to discuss the progress of the feasibility to meet that standard. And we just had a meeting in June, so that was 2 months ago. And we have the presentations on that feasibility study are on our website. And then the second thing is that we will be having more of these updates on our feasibility study with Southwest Research later on this year. We expect to have one towards the end of the year. Thanks, Muslim.
Thank you. Next question. Excellent presentation on the data and research effort. Just to take it on one step further and add clarity, what's the thought process on how Carp views anticipates businesses to modify their operation in response to this proposal? Jenna?
Yeah, I think that we've spoken about this one before. So in order to, before we propose the more stringent standards, we're testing them to make sure they're feasible on our engine over at Southwest Research. So we're looking at different technologies to meet the standard. And as Jeff mentioned, we're looking at cylinder deactivation and let's see, it's DSF and other technologies as well that they're testing. Dynamic skip fires, DSF.
Thank you. Next question. Can the LLC be customized for application like ag tractors, dozer, arc welder, etc., so that the manufacturers can pick the applicable LLC based on application? You please.
Yes, this is a good question. For the development, we understand there is no a single cycle can represent all different applications. In our current thinking, we want to create just one single LLC to represent different applications. The reason behind this is For many engine families, the engine, they are certified using the same EO, but the engine can be used in many different applications. It can be used on the ag tractor or on the dozer. So this, if we have multiple different load cycles for different applications, that means the engine manufacturer could possibly may have to, they might have to certify the same engine family over different load cycles for the same engine family. This will add to the cost and the time for engine dyno testing. So for right now, we want to follow the method of the NRTC and the owner LLC to combine different applications into one single cycle.
Thank you. Next question. Kim, there is another question from Miss Danielson. You want to?
Sure, yeah, let me take that one. So Ms. Danielson asked, if equipment is too dirty to run in California, then why is it okay to sell it at the Reno equipment auction, which is where all the tier 0, 1, and 2 equipment are going? Can you tell me? It's very important to have clean air. It's also important to have jobs close to where we live. Nobody wants Los Angeles circa 1975, and this discussion about how to better design and build cleaner engines is very important. So our methane leaks, and so our jobs. And yeah, so thank you for the comment, and we totally understand your frustration here. So the reason that California has special rules like the in-use off-road diesel rule, like the truck and bus rule, the reason why we adopted light-duty auto standards years ahead of the feds, the reason why we're pursuing this tier 5 rulemaking, is because we have the worst air quality in the nation. And we have the worst air quality in the nation because of a combination of factors. It's a whole bunch of people, so very high population density, a topography that tends to trap air masses, and then really warm, sunny weather that that causes formation of photochemical air pollution like ozone. So it just happens because there's a lot of mountains here and a lot of people living here in really warm weather that we tend to have really terrible air quality. And so we need to reduce emissions more just to get air as clean as it sort of naturally is places like Nevada or like Florida, where just the topography and the weather are different. And so that's why the state has taken has done things like restrict the use of the oldest, dirtiest equipment, the tier 0 equipment. And part of the effect of that, you're right, is shifting that equipment out of the state. But because the meteorology is different in other places and the population density is less, it does make sense from a public health perspective. So that's sort of the why behind that rule and the one that we're discussing today. And then as far as jobs, we also are concerned about loss of jobs, and part of what we do as part of each rulemaking is analyze the cost and the impact on the overall economy, including the effect on jobs in a whole bunch of different industries. And we're required to look at that and share those results and take all that into account as we determine how to structure each rule and how strict each rule should be. And then Ms. Danielson also asked, oh, I lost it. Basically, why do we have the worst air quality in the nation? Is it due to vehicles or is it due to fire? And that's a very good point too. In recent years, up until a couple of years ago, the air quality had been getting steadily better and better and better. It was really a huge success story. More recently, due to the impacts of climate change, we've had these terrible wildfires that have really caused a lot of air quality problems. And so pointing out fires as an important source of air pollution is spot on. However, it doesn't remove the need to also cut emissions from other sources like vehicles. And then one thing that the presence of these sort of climate change induced problems like the terrible wildfires points out is the need to cut greenhouse gas emissions. And that is part of the reason why, as part of this proposal that we're discussing today, we're considering the first ever CO2 limits on off-road engines. So the policy does all sort of tie together and make sense. And we appreciate all the comments here. And Ms. Danielson has provided her email address in the chat, and I will reach out to her individually because I think she's got questions on a rulemaking that goes beyond the one we're talking about today. Thanks, Mosem.
Thank you, Kim. Move on to the next question.
Oh, Muslim, one last thing.
Sure.
I think just to clarify, the last question I responded to, I think they asked, how will businesses need to modify their operations in response to this proposal? I was answering it from a manufacturer business perspective, but I think the other perspective is how are owner operators going to respond to this proposal? And the answer is that equipment operators don't need to modify their operations. It's that when our proposal, if adopted or when adopted in 2024-25, we expect implementation to take effect in 2028 and 29. And so the standard is if you want to sell your equipment in California, then you'll have to meet our standards. So then equipment operators would then, if they want to buy new equipment, then they'd be buying tier 5 equipment in 28 and 29.
Yeah, I also want to go back to Steve Barry's question about the auxiliary loads. Actually, I double-checked the on-road load cycle development. The accessory load was included for the load cycle development for on-road, but it was scrubbed out at idle as an artifact for cycle normalization. So it was added back at idle only after denormalization. Hopefully, we can continue this discussion in small group meetings.
Thank you. Your next question for percentage operation below 25% load. Why was 300 seconds identified as relevant time?
Yes, this is actually the 300 seconds. Is actually the idea was actually coming from the in-use testing concept. We use the 300-second moving average window, and that's why we are currently proposing a 300-second as in our characteristics in the calculation of characteristics of the windows. Of course, we can discuss about the length of sustained low load operation. Maybe we can use a different number, but for the 300 seconds value, it's coming from the in-use testing concept.
Thank you. Next question. Is Carb working on defining a LLAC for over 560 kilowatt? If yes, what's the timeline?
Yeah, this is a good question from Jeff, and we received only 6 engines larger than 560 kilowatt. We included the data in our analysis. We are not currently developing a separate low load cycle for those larger engines. We are examining their activities along with those engines smaller than 560 kilowatt. We don't have a tentative timeline for that. If stakeholders believes that there is a need of low load cycles for engines larger than 560 kilowatt, please let us know, and we can discuss further on that topic.
Thank you, Yi. Next question is also for you. The 19 times higher emissions for Southwest LLAC is absolute grams or relative gram per kilowatt hour compared to NRTC? What is the % increase in gram of emission on LLAC versus NRTC?
Oh yeah, actually Jeff answered this question before, but I can remember this question, but I can repeat that again. This is in terms of grams per kilowatt hour, and the % over the % increase in grams emissions on LLAC over NRTC. I'm not sure about that question, and we have to go back to the demonstration project and find out what's the increase in terms of grams. Jeff, do you have the answer to that?
No, I don't. I was thinking the same thing, Yi, that we'll have to, consult with Southwest, figure out what the grams increase is. But the 19 times increase is based on the mass weighted emissions between the NRTC and the LLAC.
Yeah, also, in my opinion, if you are comparing the total mass emission, it's that's actually also relevant to the length of the testing. The low load application cycle is longer than the NRTC, so it is likely that the mass emissions could be also higher.
Thank you. Next question. How would LLC testing factor in an idle reduction elimination strategy if one was available for an engine?
Yeah, this is a very good question from Navin. Yeah, similar to the heavy-duty on-road omnibus regulation, the purpose of adopting the potential off-road LLC is not to replace any idle reduction requirements. For some reason I lost this question. Again, we are not trying to, if the LLC testing, the low cycle testing, the potential emission standard for the LLC is based on cycle average emissions. Yes, there may be extended idling in the potential LLC, but the emissions during idling will not be calculated independently for that segment. In the microtrip-based method, idling is by intention, the idling is combined with other operations. So this is to ensure that the resulting LLC will have representative emission control challenges. So these emission control challenges are not expected to be covered by the idling reduction concept. We will have further workshops focusing on the idling reduction concept.
Thank you, Yi. Kim, if you have another question from Ms. Danielson, you want to take that one?
Can you read it out loud, Muslim?
Sure. Is Carp paying any attention to the Supreme Court EPA decision?
Yes, indeed. So we have our legal office tracks closely the actions of the Supreme Court, and there have been some rulings lately that are of concern. So yeah, we're definitely tracking that. And then I think she also asked about if we consider jobs in rural communities. When we do our economic analysis, we're usually looking statewide. So I guess we don't usually specifically call out like what county or anything that the job impacts are in, but so that's a good question. And then she's also asking or noting that small mines don't buy new equipment in California, and I'm not sure the relevance of that to this rulemaking, but I have reached out to her personally on her email, and hopefully I can help her get in touch with the in-use off-road folks so she can talk about her concerns in more detail. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Next question, what is your target timeline for completion and introduction of Carb Tier 5 and the LLC? Jenna, you want to take that one?
Yes, I can take it. I just locked. Yeah, so our targeted completion for introducing Tier 5, we're going to go to the board in late 2024 or sometime in earlier mid 2025. And then it would be adopted if in 2028, or implementation in 2028, excuse me, in 2029. So in terms of testing, the feasibility of this more stringent standard, as well as the LLC, that's ongoing through our Southwest Research Project. And it's going to happen towards the end of this year and early next year. And we'll have updates on the feasibility later on this year.
Thank you. Next question is also addressing you, Jenna. Are you suggesting that equipment manufacturers don't have to change their products? For example, the engine will be dropped in compatible?
No, that was in response, just a follow-up. So when I answered the question before, I said that manufacturers, they will have to modify their engines and the technology. But I think there was a question whether the operators will have to do anything to their fleets. And the answer was that's a separate rulemaking, and operators make their own, owner-operators make their own decisions on when they need to buy equipment. So I'm trying to balance two different, our manufacturers that this rule is addressed to, and then fleet owners if people are listening in.
Maybe I could just add there. So the standards that we're talking about specifically would apply to engine manufacturers. And then it is possible that as a result of these requirements, maybe someone would need to change the configuration of where the SCR is, or put on a bigger SCR, or add some different control equipment that could change the dimensions of the engine. And then that could possibly trickle through to the equipment manufacturer needing to adjust their design. So that is possible that it would affect equipment manufacturers.
Thank you. Next question. Is LLC applicable for less than 56 kilowatt?
Yeah, for this question, for right now, our concept on the LLC is that it will only apply to engines between 56 and 560 kilowatt. For engines smaller than 56 kilowatt, we don't think the off-road LLC will be applicable to them.
Thank you. Next question. Has Carb have any more thoughts on definition of idle for off-road equipment? For on-road, it's easy to define zero vehicle speed as idle, but for off-road equipment, defining idle becomes a lot less clear.
This is a very good question from Ryan. And yes, we thought about the definition of idling, and we look at the certification documents and trying to understand different idle conditions. For example, for some engines, there is only one slow idle speed. And for some engines, they could have multiple different idle speeds. For example, they could have the hibernation slow idle speed, the walking idle speed. So for different engines, it's very difficult to define a uniform or universal definition of idle for all the engines. And the idle reduction concept will cover this topic in future workshops. For the low cycle development, we do not consider idle separately, although we do have a breakpoint speed which could be the same as the idle speed, but we didn't look exactly at if that breakpoint speed is an idle speed or not. And instead, we just want to focus on the low load operations. We do not focus on the idle operations in the LLC development.
Thank you. Does the creation of a new tier mean that earlier tiers obsolete? Kim, please.
Okay, no, it doesn't. So the rulemaking that we're talking about today is new engine standards. So it's the requirements that engine manufacturers will need to meet to legally sell new engines in California, or equipment with new engines in California. In parallel to this, Carb does have an in-use off-road diesel vehicle rule that regulates owners and users of off-road diesel equipment. And that rule does contain provisions to phase out the oldest, dirtiest, highest emitting equipment. And there are some proposed amendments to that that would force the last remaining sort of tier 0 to tier 2 equipment out of California. And I think that's probably a lot of what Ms. Danielson is concerned about. It sounds like it could have a real impact on her business. But what we're talking about today is solely focused on the engine manufacturer requirements, and doesn't include any requirements for phasing out older equipment.
Can you please take the next one too? He said, California is different from region to region. Why would you not look at rural counties, which is where you can even get a use permit for industrial processes?
Again, I think her comments pertain to the in-use off-road reg, and so I think they'd be more fruitfully addressed with the team that's working on that reg.
Thank you, Kim. Next question, the proposed off-road real program already seems to include low-load bins over which emissions are judged from real-world usage. What do you see as the additional benefit of introducing a new real-world representative LLC certification test versus off-road real program for controlling low-load emissions?
Yeah, I can take this one, and our OPD staff maybe they can chime in if I miss anything. So for the offer real program, it's based on the it's an onboard monitoring program. It's different from a certification testing. In the certification testing, it's under a controlled environment, and we can measure the emissions more accurately. So it's they are not. So the offer real cannot replace the LLC, and also because the offer real monitors the emissions in the real world, so it can the LLC cannot eliminate the off-road real as well. They are mutually they are both very important for us to control NOx emissions. The benefit for introducing a real world low cycle is that we can ensure that future engines can adopt the most any available technologies that can effectively control NOx emissions under low load conditions. And this could include the use of advanced catalysts, other advanced engine calibrations. So it's those benefits are introduced by the low load cycle.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Next question, how many off-road diesel-powered industrial trucks were monitored during the study and come into play into kilowatt formula that impact the LLC or LLAC?
I can try to answer this question. So first of all, I'm not sure about the definition of off-road diesel-powered industrial trucks. Because in our emission inventory, we have yacht tractors. We also have ag tractors. They could be on the and construction equipment. I don't know exactly what the industrial trucks include. And for our development work, we included more than 200 pieces of off-road equipment. And that's the best available data set that we have. And come into the kilowatt formula. Yeah, for those engines, they are mostly between 56 and 560 kilowatt. As I mentioned earlier, we only have 6 engines. Out of that range, they are larger than 560 kilowatt. And the rest of the data, they are between 56 and 560 kilowatt.
Thank you, Yi. Next question. If the off-road LLC will have not idle operating points, there is no way to add accessory loads at idle operating points like the on-highway LLC, which varies the load by vehicle category. Yi, please.
Yeah, this is a very good point. Yes, we didn't specifically look at the idle in our current development effort. We are looking at, I think when it comes to the cycle denormalization and the translation, we definitely have to consider about this. But for right now, we are focusing on identify the low load cutoff point and try to understand what windows we should include into the subsequent analysis. And we will welcome any comments on that. And for after we determine the cutoff point, we have to look at specific engine profiles. And when necessary, we definitely have to look at the idle definitions and understand what's the, for example, what's the auxiliary loads and how should we treat the auxiliary loads in the cycle denormalization.
Thank you. Next question. Have you considered enacting Tier 5 for just the non-road segment or segment that have the most impact on NOx production? Why penalize sectors that have a small impact on the NOx inventory? India, for example, has non-road regulation based on segments. You want to take that one? Or
yeah, for right now, we are focusing on off-road diesel equipment. And we agree that we understand that for some off-road diesel engines, we are not, they are not covered by this potential LLC requirement. For example, locomotives or ocean-going vessels. But this is what we can do for right now. And I don't know if Jenna or Kim can help me answer this, or Jeff.
Sure, I can chime in a little bit here. The Tier 5 regulation, it's a rule that affects engine manufacturers. It's designed that if a manufacturer wants to produce an off-road diesel engine, it has to meet the cleanest standards currently available or in process. There are programs at Carb that deal with the in-use fleet. There's incentive programs, I believe Moyer, where people are paid to, certain areas where there's emissions are problematic. They're given money to replace their engines, to repower their engines with cleaner engines. There's the program that Kim mentioned, the in-use rule that is gradually phasing out older technology engines. And I don't know if that's so much area specific, but again, it's an equipment-based rule. Tier 5, it's an engine manufacturer rule, and that's what we're talking about today. Thank you.
And can I chime in? So it looks like Mr. Corrales is suggesting we take a look at some requirements in India. And so I would encourage him, we've been looking closely at the requirements in Europe and in China and elsewhere. I don't know if we've looked at exactly the requirements that he's mentioning in India. So if he could share those with us, we'd be happy to take a look. I can't tell from the comment if he's considering something where, for example, we said, oh, we're going to have Tier 5 engine standards, but they don't apply to engines in forklifts, or they don't apply to engines in equipment of this type or that type. So if that's the kind of approach that you're suggesting we consider, would be happy to hear more about your ideas and happy to take a look at what India has done there. So thanks for the comment.
Thank you. Next question. Will the LLC apply to both CI and SI engines? Yi, please.
Yes, for in our current concept, the LLC will only apply to compression ignition engines. That means diesel engines. And yeah, we welcome any comments on this.
Thank you. I guess the next comment is also for definition: powered industrial trucks, parentheses, diesel forklifts.
Yes, I don't think we have any diesel forklifts in our current data set. This is when you see Riverside was conducting the real world activity data, when they were collecting the real world activity data, they didn't look at the forklifts. There are several reasons for that. Some forklifts are really difficult to get the data out of them, and the forklifts will be electrified in the future as well. So we considered it's okay for not looking at the ECU data as well. And that's why currently we didn't look at any forklifts in our data analysis. But if you have any data to share with us, we definitely will take a look at that.
Thank you, Ian. Next question. Will there be any emission credit program like Abnt or equipment manufacturer transition program like TPM, considering the machine design challenge? Jeff, please.
Sure, thanks, Muslim. We do intend to continue the average banking and trading program. However, it's probably going to undergo a substantial change because currently California is a participant in the federal averaging banking and trading program. But when the Tier 5 standards become effective, California will have much lower standards, which could result in excessive credits being generated, especially out of state for out-of-state equipment. So we will revise that. It'll probably look a lot like the Abnt program that we developed for the on-road omnibus rulemaking. It's just so it makes sense and it's fair and it equitably establishes the credits for engines within the California borders. Now, regarding the TPEM program, that the second phase of that, which again, California was a participant in the federal program, ended recently. We are hoping not to have to implement a new TPEM program. I know there was a question earlier about whether or not we think that designs are drop-in. Of course, the answer is no. But what we are proposing, we're not proposing different packaging of technologies per se. The Southwest Research Institute, their feasibility study, they're showing that the new technology under development is still SCR. It's the latest generation of diesel particulate filters. On the engine that they're testing, the equipment does fit into the chassis without unreasonable modification. We are looking at cylinder deactivation technology as well. Again, the modifications made by Southwest Research indicate that that may be able to fit within the existing chassis. Again, we're not saying it's drop-in, but whether or not a TPM program would be needed for all types of equipment, we're not sure. We want your feedback on that. With respect to the smaller engines, it's looking like there will be a need for some type of relief for manufacturers who get their engines from the OEMs, but they're a different entity altogether. Manufacturers that may be introducing SCR for the first time on their smaller engines, which would necessitate a greater redesign of the chassis. It's definitely looking like we will have to adopt some kind of relief mechanism for those engines. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. The off-road LLC will only apply to variable speed engines. The NRTC also only applies to variable speed engines. Any plans to add transient duty cycles for constant speed engines? You please.
Yes, in our current concept, the off-road LLC will be applied to the variable speed engines. And we do not have enough data for constant speed engines. So that's why we did not consider that the off-road LLC will apply to those engines. But as we mentioned in our next steps, we are requesting data for constant speed engines. With the additional data, we can assess what we should do with the constant speed engines.
Thank you. Next question, why not adopt the EU rule? We'll leave more R&D for alternative power sources. Jeff, please.
Sure. We've been looking at the European rule, the Stage 5. We've been consulting with some of the regulators there. We've also been looking at the non-road rules in China. Our goal, is harmonization to the greatest extent possible that still satisfies the needs of California residents. We are in Tier 5 looking to adopt a much more stringent NOx standard than the Europeans currently have. With respect to PM, our rule will basically we'll be using the same systems, or I guess I shouldn't say that matter of factly, but it's likely that the same DPFs will be used in Europe or in California that would be used in Europe to achieve the low levels that we're looking at. But again, we have different needs. We want to make sure that whatever we propose gives us the benefits that we need to protect health and the environment here in California. And the NOx levels that we're looking at would be lower than the Europeans. And we are looking at a first-time CO2 standard, tailpipe CO2 standard for off-road diesel engines, which I don't believe the Europeans have yet. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next question. How would the LLC be applicable on a hybrid system, especially if the equipment would operate on electric mode or combination of during low load operations? Yeah.
Yeah, I can try my best to answer this question. For right now, we didn't consider about the hybrid engines. We do not have any data from hybrid engines for our cycle development. So for that's what I can say for right now. And it will be great if people can provide us data from hybrid engines. But for right now, the answer is it is not. We don't know how to apply the LLC on hybrid system. And we do have a hybrid discussion, hybrid workshop presentation coming up soon today.
And thank you for bringing up that that point, and we can definitely give that some more thought. And if you have a suggestion for how you think we should handle hybrid systems with respect to LLC requirements, then we welcome those suggestions.
Okay, I don't see any more questions for now.
Well, let me, we have some time here. Let me take, Ms. Danielson has asked some questions, and let me take this time to field those. So she asked, have any of you worked in an industry like mining? I'm not aware of us having worked in mining. I've had the opportunity myself to visit a number of mines who are affected by our rules, but I'm not sure we have a great deal of mining expertise here at Carb. She asked, or she stated, I appreciate your work. I apologize if I'm being difficult, but we have 100,000 more regulations in the next most regulated state. Am I the only one who's thinking stop? You're definitely not the only person who expresses concern about possibly having over regulation. But I would like to note that so the Clean Air Act sets up a structure where California is allowed to adopt our own stricter emission standards. And then other states, if they have dire air quality needs as well, have the option to opt into our requirements. And there are a bunch of other states that are doing that because they have air quality concerns in their states as well. And they, for example, want to see emissions from heavy duty trucks or emissions from off-road equipment cut further and more rapidly than the federal government is able to do. So there's a whole process for that. And it's definitely not only in California where folks are interested in cutting air pollution faster. She noted you're regulating people out of California, and definitely hear the concern there. And as we evaluate potential rule structures, we're always looking at impacts on the economy and impacts on jobs, and we're trying to strike a balance between the public health impacts from polluting equipment versus the economic impacts of rules that require people to spend more to turn over their equipment or to buy equipment that's a little more expensive. So definitely hear the concern there and recognize there's an economic impact from our regulations. And then let's see. I know she had another one that I wanted to cover that I typed a response to. Let me find it. I think it's showing up in the answered questions. Sorry, we got a lot of, it's great that people are asking lots of questions, so we have a huge list of them here. Okay, so Ms. Danielson asked, where do I find grants for Tier 0 and 1 equipment? Those grants are gone according to the Carb contact that I spoke to, and I didn't know about this 10 years ago. Presumably that would have been, early enough to maybe apply for funding. And who did? And then she also notes that it sounds like she's had a bad experience with electric forklifts. On the question of grants, Carp does have a number of incentive programs that help people pursue projects to cut air pollution. They're limited to actions that go beyond what's required by regulation. But they can be helpful if you're like a company that sees a requirement coming and you want to comply ahead of time. You can apply for funding to do that. And so that is something that I would recommend that owners of off-road equipment that are worried about the end-use off-road rule look into. The latest amendments that are proposed for the off-road reg for the small fleets don't take effect until 2028 to 2032. So there may still be a window of time where interested fleets could apply for grant funding. Now, with that said, it's all going to depend on the availability of funding in the specific area where your fleet is operating. And, a lot of people would love to get incentive money, so there's not always enough money to go around. So I can't guarantee that there'd be state funding to pay for that, but it is definitely something that you should look into. And just again, with any of our rules, I really encourage folks to speak to the folks that are working on them, because we do really try hard to listen and are trying hard to find that balance that doesn't just force businesses to close and throw people out of work, right? Nobody wants that to happen. That's not good for people's health either. So anyway, thank you for everybody's comments today, and I do hope Ms. Danielson will talk to the off-road, in-use off-road rule group, and hopefully they can find a path for her forward.
Thank you, Kim. So Jenna, can we move on to next presentation for hybrid?
Yeah, why don't we move on to our hybrid?
Okay, just got one question here. How the manufacturer can join the Tier 5 rulemaking program?
Well, I think a good start is participating in our work group meetings and our workshops following the development of the Tier 5 rulemaking process. Very often we request data regarding certain elements of the Tier 5 proposal, in particular the low load cycle development. The response from industry was overwhelming in terms of the data that they provided, which will result in a very representative and very appropriate cycle for the off-road low load cycle. Other than that, just keep paying attention. You can comment to us, subscribe to the website. If you have questions, there is a Tier 5 email address you can send those questions to. Our staff is very efficient in getting answers to those questions usually. And that would be my suggestions. Thank you.
Also, I guess if you're interested in your, if your company is interested in meeting with us in one-on-one meetings, we're open to that as well, and have been meeting with stakeholders individually. So you can contact us at the Tier 5 email, which is Tier 5 at Tier 5 at arb.ca.gov.
Thank you, Jenna.
Okay, do we still have 5 minutes in this session? Muslim?
Yes.
Okay, let me take the last one here. So Ms. Danielson added, so you guys just make rules for millions of dollars of equipment and you don't have immediate grants. How can you do that? And she sounds like she's really upset about that. And I totally hear the frustration here. So the state doesn't have enough money to pay for all the actions that are necessary to cut pollution enough to have healthy air. Majority of Californians still breathe air that doesn't meet federal health-based standards, and thousands of people have their lives shortened by that every year in California. Heart disease, asthma, cancer, all kinds of things. And so that's why the state is setting rules that impose costs on business. And we have some grant programs to help get things moving and try to help people take actions early, but we don't have enough money to pay for all the compliance. So we totally recognize that we are imposing costs on private business, and we're just hoping to do that in such a way that people have enough time to plan for those costs, just like they would any other cost of doing business. But totally hear the frustration and the fear, and get that people are just trying to make a living in California. And I really strongly recommend that you talk to the Use Off-Road Diesel team and go through your situation specifically. It sounds like you might be a rural mine fleet. And if that's the case, you're probably considered a small fleet, even if you have more than 2,500 horsepower of equipment because of the captive attainment area provisions in that reg. So there really may be a way that you can find a way to map out a way to comply that won't be super harmful. But thank you for all your comments today.
All right. With that, let's begin the hybrid segment. Bob, if you want to share your video, and
Sure.
you can begin.
Okay, I'm on. Thank you, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon to you. My presentation today will be on to present some of the concepts that we are envisioning for emission credits for off-road hybrids in this Tier 5 rulemaking process. Okay, next slide, please. So this is an outline of the presentation that I will be going through. First, I will provide a little bit of background and go through some of the stakeholders' feedback that we have received. We will also present some of the results that we've able to find out through in terms of the availability of off-road hybrid equipment. And finally, we will be presenting the main part of the presentation, and that is the credit mechanism concept for discussion. And we will also follow that up with explaining the process for how a manufacturer can apply for credit. And then lastly, we will go through with the next steps in this rulemaking. Next slide, please. So with the background, many of you are probably aware that we have been holding workshops, and the last Tier 5 rulemaking workshop was conducted on November 3rd, 2021. And in that workshop, we introduced the initial concepts for an off-road hybrid emissions credit. And we requested feedback on, first of all, whether there is a demand for a certification process for off-road hybrid powertrains. And secondly, we want to request feedback on whether a heavy-duty hybrid powertrain certification, whether the on-road hybrid powertrain certification that we have recently adopted, is that a sufficient procedure that we could use for certifying off-road hybrid powertrains. We have received some feedback, and from the feedback, we are considering the concepts that we will be presenting in this work group, in terms of the emissions credits for oxides of nitrogen, and later on, and as well as CO2 emissions, which I will go into later. As far as just the preliminary concepts, we are thinking of establishing a default Knox credit level of 5% of the existing emission standard, whichever standard that is currently in effect at the time. And we are also specifying data requirements, and we'll be discussing the approval process during the application. Next step, please. Next slide, please. So we have met with a number of stakeholders. We have met with some major original equipment manufacturers on the Tier 5 rulemaking. And we are actually continuing to meet with them. So if you would like to meet with us to discuss these concepts, please feel free to contact us. And from the meetings that we've had with the manufacturers, we understand that California producers varies in size. We have both small and medium and large volume producers. We understand also that as far as products planning and marketing strategies, some manufacturers plans to focus their resources on zero emission equipment rather than investing in making hybrids. Okay, although some do plan to introduce hybrids, hybrid products into specific equipment and all applications. And some of the feedback we received is that based on their evaluation, there are very, very limited customer demand for hybrids. And so from that, they are unlikely to try to enter the hybrid market. Next slide, please. We have taken a look at the literature to get a snapshot as far as what kind of hybrids are available. And from that literature shows review, we see that there is a variety of hybrid systems that are either available in terms of demonstration projects, or there are some commercial products that's available on a limited basis. And there are many different types of hybrids for the architecture and different types of rechargeable energy storage system that have been designed for the off-road equipment market. And it covers a wide range of applications. And from the data, not necessarily the data, but from the manufacturers' claims that we have seen, most of the hybrids are seeing a 20% to 25% fuel savings compared to the conventional equipment. However, we are not seeing any claims of any Knox emissions benefits. And that this factor will be discussed in subsequent slides when I talk about the emissions credits and the requirements. Next slide, please. So here's the main part of this presentation, and this is to regarding the credit mechanism concepts that we are entertaining. There are three main requirements that we would want to look at if a manufacturer wants to apply for emission credits for the hybrid system. And they have to satisfy these three requirements. The first requirement is the hybrid system has to be able to achieve a minimum of 20% fuel consumption reduction. And as I presented from the previous slide, That's what we're seeing in the marketplace, that most of the claims are that the hybrid system are able to achieve 20% to 25% fuel consumption reduction. So we are specifying that at the minimum, the hybrid system has to be able to achieve that level of fuel consumption reduction. The second requirement is because it's a hybrid system, it is coupled with a combustion engine. So there will be two systems in a hybrid system, a combustion engine and a hybrid system that work in conjunction with each other. And the engine has to be an engine that is compliant with Carb's current emission standard. Okay, we don't want to, for a hybrid system, to make use of a non-compliant engine or an engine that is complying with a tier 0 or tier 1 or tier 2 emission standards. Because currently, tier 4 final emission standards is in effect. If a manufacturer is applying for credits, for emission credits, before the tier 5 emission standards takes effect, then we would expect that the hybrid system has to make use of a tier 4 final engine in the equipment. When the tier 5 emission standard goes into effect, if the manufacturer apply for credit at that time, then the combustion engine in that hybrid system has to comply with the tier 5 emission standard. The final requirement that we are proposing is that in addition to the previous two requirements, the manufacturers would have to provide fuel consumption data, first of all, because what we're seeing currently is just manufacturers' claims based on trade magazine articles, based on manufacturers' brochures. We're not seeing any actual data on the fuel consumption claims. So they first of all have to provide fuel consumption data in addition to any engineering argument or engineering analysis supporting the potential for Knox reductions based on the reductions in fuel consumption of the hybrid system when compared to an equivalent conventional equipment. That is, if the manufacturer doesn't have any Knox emission data to provide to us, so they can provide fuel consumption data and the engineering argument, okay, supporting the Knox reductions. Or if the manufacturer, when they design and test their equipment, their hybrid equipment, they actually collected Knox emission data, then of course, then they can provide those Knox emissions data from the hybrid. Okay, so those are the three main requirements that we would want the data to the manufacturer to provide to us when they apply for emission credits for the hybrid equipment. Next slide, please. So this slide is a continuation of the concepts for credit. As far as the different credit level that we are thinking, we are thinking at this time that we would establish a default credit level that would be set at 5% of the existing Knox emission standards that is currently in effect at the time the application process. The application for credit was being submitted, and that could be either a tier 4 final or a tier 5 standard. If all three conditions listed in the previous slide are met, we would be also willing to entertain a higher credit level to be capped at 10% of the existing Knox emission standards. manufacturers are able to provide actual NOx emission data that's able to demonstrate the hybrid system is able to achieve a higher NOx emission reductions level. Okay. I mentioned the CO2 emission credit at the beginning, and we are evaluating possible CO2 emission credit provision that would be similar in concept to what I've discussed for the NOx emission credit. But the basic process is that we have a section of Carp staff, Carp certification staff. They will review the application and from the manufacturer, and they will assign the appropriate NOx credit level, whether that's going to be at the 5% default level or at the maximum 10% level. And as applicable, if we provide CO2 emission credit, then they will also determine an appropriate CO2 emission credit level. And we will monitor and take any enforcement action as necessary to ensure that any NOx or CO2 emission credit from the credits are at or below the level that we verify at. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide presents the application process for emission credits for off-road hybrid equipment. So first of all, the manufacturer would submit an application to Carb certification section so that they can sell the off-road equipment, off-road hybrid equipment in California. And basically, it would just contain the basic information, the names of the applicant, because for a hybrid system, there are typically, especially for off-road equipment, there are typically more than one party that is producing the hybrid equipment. Both the engine OEM and the hybrid manufacturer system, hybrid system manufacturer would be the named applicant on the application. The requirement would have a description of both the engine, what engine is being used, and what kind of hybrid system is being used. It would have the whatever NOx emission credit level or CO2 as appropriate that the manufacturer is requesting, and they would provide fuel consumption data, and if they have NOx emission data, then they would provide that. And if they don't have NOx emission data, then again, we would revert back to the engineering argument, engineering analysis that would be supporting any NOx benefits resulting from the fuel consumption data. And after the review process, Carb staff would assign an appropriate NOx or CO2 as applicable emission credit level for the hybrid system based on their review of the data provided. And if the manufacturer wishes that the application to cover, for the application to cover a range of hybrid equipment, okay, either for NOx or CO2, the credit that we will assign will be based on the worst case scenario in terms of fuel consumption reduction, as well as with the NOx emission credit level that we will assign. Okay. Then if we determine that the system is the data would be supportive of a credit level, then we would certify an executive order. We would issue an executive order, and that would have a two-party would have two parties named on the executive order itself. And this is kind of somewhat similar to a process that we have been using for the on-road heavy-duty hybrid verification system. And we would, on the executive order, we would specify the certified family emission limit for the hybrid system. And we would assign which party will get the Knox or CO2 emission credit based on whichever party is making the claim for the credit on the certification application. Next slide, please. Here's a flow chart of the application process that I described in the previous slide. So with first step one, the manufacturer submit the application. Step two is Carb staff reviews the application. And step three, Carb staff issues the executive order if we approve the application. So for the step one, these bulleted, I just kind of repeat what I've discussed. The manufacturer submit the application. The applicant includes information and describe the system and the level of credit that's being requested. And then lastly, the applicant submit information and data as applicable, fuel consumption data, NOx and CO2 as applicable, okay, and any emissions data that they have. With the step two, Carb staff again reviews the information that's provided, and we will contact the manufacturer if additional information is needed for us to properly evaluate the application. And lastly, with the step three, if we believe that the application has merit and we approve the application, then we would issue a two-party executive order, and we would specify the conditions that each of the party would be obligated to adhere to. And of course, we would, we would also specify which party will be receiving the Knox credit that is approved. Next slide, please. So this is the final slide for my presentation. These are the next steps for the hybrid concepts. We, of course, are requesting for comments on both the mechanism that we are presenting, the concepts that we're presenting. And we would like to find out whether we should we consider other types of incentives, because and I forgot to emphasize or at least discuss the rationale for the credit mechanism that we are presenting. And the intention is mainly for manufacturer to develop and invest in hybrid system for off-road equipment, because we realize that it would take additional resources for the manufacturer to develop, to do research and manufacture these systems. So the credits are intended to provide incentives, and so we are requesting whether should we consider other types of incentives, whether instead of the emission credits or in addition to what we're proposing. Okay. Other comments that we are requesting is that should we restrict the credit to certain types of hybrid only? For example, should we only restrict the ability for the manufacturer to obtain the credit based only on the type of hybrid architecture that the manufacturer is producing, such as should we only allow emission credits for series type of hybrid and not providing credits for other types of hybrid, such as parallel system or mild hybrid system. Okay, and we are requesting for data, both any NOx and CO2 emissions data that the manufacturer have, especially when comparing the hybrids versus the conventional equipment. Because there is a NOx and CO2 emission trade-off. If the manufacturer has any data that shed any lights on this situation, particularly for off-road equipment, we would very interested in taking a look at the data. We would also be requesting on any sort of duty cycles concerns or comments that the manufacturer may have. And of course, any fuel consumption data, fuel consumption reductions data for the hybrid, or any other data or any comments that you may have. So we would extremely be interested in having that conversation. And as far as the regulatory next steps, our next workshop is scheduled for November with a board hearing that is scheduled for, that is tentatively, we're thinking of either later in late 2024 or in 2025. And this concludes my presentation. So we're gonna be open for answering the Q&A. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So, Muslim, so is it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Bob. We have one raised hand. Let me start with that one, and then we go to the Q&A box. So
I do see that we do a few questions here already. So I'm gonna go down the list and try to answer the questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So question.
You know, the first, yeah. So you go ahead and read the
Sorry.
questions, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna read the question, but as I mentioned, there is one raised hand, so I'm gonna start with that one. It's from Amy Smith. So Amy, please introduce yourself and please also state your affiliation. You can unmute yourself and ask your question. Thank you.
Go ahead, Amy, you're unmuted. We can, but we cannot hear you if you're speaking.
I guess he can.
Yeah, Muslim, let's take her at the end since the other questions came earlier.
Sure. Will ARB consider whether, consider whether hybrid will also generate CO2 credits? Bob?
Yes, as I presented in the slides, in the letter slides of the presentation, we certainly are in the process of considering CO2 emission credits, and we are requesting comments on and asking for any data on CO2 emissions, as well as data on any data that you may have on the NOx and CO2 emissions trade-off, because we are quite concerned with that possibility that we are, especially if we are giving both NOx emission credit and CO2 emission credit, we wouldn't want to be inadvertently providing NOx emission credit and then on top of that CO2 emission credit if there are negative interaction between the two pollutants.
Thank you. Next question. Could you confirm that the 5 to 10% Knox credit will be calculated on the basis of the Tier 4 final or Tier 5 standard as applicable? Does it mean that a Tier 4 final hybrid will generate 10 times more Knox credit than its Tier 5 equivalent?
Yes, first I can confirm that the 5 and 10% credit level will be calculated on the basis of the Tier 4 final or the Tier 5 standard when it goes into effect, okay? So, and the second part of the question, does it mean that the Tier 4 hybrid will generate 10 times more Knox credit than the Tier 5 equivalent? Yes, I guess that potentially could be the consequence. But then on the other hand, we need to understand where we're coming from. If Tier 5 standard is not currently in effect, all the manufacturers can do is use and whatever engine is compliant at the time that they manufacture the hybrid off-road equipment. So they cannot put an engine in their hybrid equipment that is not available. So when they apply for the Knox credit, if the Tier 4 standard is what's being required, then we would want the engine that they installed the cleanest available engine, the engine that is most compliant with the emission standard. And so if that result in, if that means that Tier 4 engine is the situation, then yes, we would want the Tier 4 final engine to be used. And if because of that, when compared to the Tier 5 standard, it results in a lot more credit that's being generated. Two things I can say about that. So first of all, that hopefully will provide incentives for the manufacturers to try to develop the hybrid system and put them into the market early, because even though potentially it could be resulting in higher credits for the manufacturers compared to the Tier 5, but comparing to the current situation of the Tier 4, comparing to the situation with a hybrid system using a Tier 4 final engine, and comparing that against just a conventional Tier 4 engine, it should still result in cleaner system, should result in less emissions compared to a conventional Tier 4 final engine. And so for those two reasons, I think that's why we're proposing it the way it is. But certainly we are open to reconsidering the concept, and based on comments, and we would take another look at what we are presenting, and if necessary, we could make modification to how we generate the credit concerning the Tier 4 final and the Tier 5 standards.
Thank you. Next question. Are these provisions in addition to the certification of a hybrid powertrain where the hybrid subsystem is used to achieve Tier T5 emission standard per Part 1065 mapping of an engine with electric hybrid system?
Okay, so let me provide a clarification to what we are proposing, and I think that should also address this comment. So the way that what we are envisioning is this is actually not a certification process where you have to go through prescribed test procedure, you have to comply with durability testing requirement, have to test the equipment using specific duty cycles. So this is not a certification cycle that is codified in either the federal regulations or the California regulations. This is more or less just simply a streamlined verification process where we just review the data that the manufacturer provide, and we would make a decision based on our analysis whether there is whether there's good reason to think that to believe that the system will at a minimum not negatively impact the environment, and at the same time whether it would be able to provide some additional NOx emission benefit that we could provide some credits for. So it doesn't conflict with the whatever test procedure that are in place, whether it's an engine test procedure or whether it's a hybrid powertrain test procedure.
Thank you. Next question. Yeah. Why cap the NOx credits for demonstrated case at 10%?
So, and this gets back to both the a couple of factors that I've mentioned. The first one is the CO2 trade-off. Secondly, this is a verification process. So with the CO2 trade-off, because we are not requiring people to go through the certification process, and we don't really know the long-term impact of the system, whether the manufacturer is providing, or if the manufacturer is able to provide NOx data that shows the hybrid system is able to result in a greater than 10% NOx benefit. We don't know how stable that NOx benefit is in terms of long-term viability, because as I mentioned, this ties in with the verification process that I just discussed, because this is not a full-blown certification procedure. We don't have extensive testing requirements for the hybrid system in terms of durability testing. So we cannot be certain that the emissions that the manufacturer submit will be able to be sustained over the entire useful life of the equipment, and tie in together with the NOx CO2 trade-off. So both of those factors enter into the calculus of why we are capping it at 10%. Next question.
Thank you. Let's go to the raise hand question. David, please introduce yourself and state your affiliation. I unmute you to talk. Hello, David.
You also have to unmute yourself.
Yes.
So we enable you, and then at the bottom of your screen in the lower left-hand corner, you'll have to unmute yourself too.
Jenna, can you mention the feature for the phone, how they can unmute themselves if you are using the phone?
Sure. Let's see, on the phone, you do #2 to raise your hand, and then *6 to unmute yourself. Somehow, David, you're showing yourself as still muted in red. There's a red microphone. And same with Amy, if we want to try her again.
Yes, I unmute her again too, but.
It sounds like our system's working. It's not working.
I don't know because.
Oh, wait.
There we go.
There he is.
Sorry, I stepped away from the computer for a second.
Oh, no wonder.
David Rothbard, I'm representing the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works. And just a question in general, that we generate a biogas that's a non-fossil fuel, that if you use it in a CNG engine, like the really low NOx engines, that's something that could help NOx emissions and lower greenhouse gases. But yet I'm not seeing that being really accelerated and embraced by Carb. I was wondering if you could discuss that type of scenario for reducing CO2 and NOx.
Okay. I can try to answer that question, and someone else from Carp that has more experience in this scenario could also chime in if needed. So the focus of this credit mechanism that we are discussing in this Tier 5 rulemaking is on hybrid system. And the definition for hybrid system, it has to do with the actual physical component and the way they interact on in the piece of equipment. For the hybrid, it typically involves two system, the conventional combustion system, and as well as any other type of hybrid system that are designed to work in concert with the combustion system. And so what you're talking about is more like a fuel use issues in terms of the different types and the potential benefit of the fuel. That would be a separate scenario entirely. So I don't know whether anyone wants to chime in for that, but that's my take on that. That's my answer.
Just to focus the response, it really wouldn't be appropriate for a hybrid in my mind. It would be more of, you know, again, if you want to reduce NOx and CO2, this is a very good way to do so. And it would just be an RNG option for compliance.
Yeah, I think that would be in a separate issue that we could try to discuss with you with some other group. But once again, the focus of this is just on the hybrid equipment for the off-road. We're not focusing
If we could have a separate discussion on how to address that, greatly appreciate it.
Okay, great. Thank you. Noted.
Okay, thank you so much. Emmy, if you're still there, I ask to unmute you again, so you have to unmute yourself. Just okay, seems she's not there. Let's move on to next question. Is 10% reduction an example or a maximum? If a manufacturer shows a 30% fuel reduction with corresponding 30% NOx reduction, could the manufacturer potentially obtain a NOx credit equivalent to 30%?
And I believe I've answered this question, a similar question to this before. So the 10% is a maximum that we would be allowing under this proposal. Even if the manufacturer are able to provide data that shows a greater than 10% benefit for NOx. And in your specific example, you show a 10%, you pointed to a hypothetical example where a manufacturer could demonstrate a 30% fuel reductions. Why can't we do the 30%? Why can't we provide a 30% NOx credit? And the reasons are again similar to what I had discussed in terms of most the what this process entails. It's just a verification process where we are not requiring the manufacturer to go through very rigorous certification testing requirements. We're not requiring them to demonstrate durability requirement. And we don't, and then on top of that, there is also a concern with the interaction between NOx and CO2. And so we're capping at 10% just for these, for these reasons, due to the uncertainty of mainly the long-term benefit of the the NOx reduction claims.
Thank you, Bob. Next question, how will 20% fuel consumption reduction be determined? Equipment cycle, same tier emissions, competitive product?
The fuel consumption data that we are requesting the applicant to provide would come from the testing that the applicant has conducted for the equipment that they have designed. And it would be, when we look at the data, we would want to compare that to, first of all, the type of equipment, the type of application that the application indicates in the application that they want to, that they intend their system to be installed in. Okay, so that's the first thing we would want to look at. Secondly, if they provide fuel consumption data and they indicate in the application, on the application, that they want it to cover a range of equipment or a range of I don't know, a range of different type of equipment or different type of duty cycles, we would want to take a look at the spectrum of equipment type and duty cycles, and we would want to focus on the application or the duty cycles that are the most severe, that would result in the least fuel consumption benefit, because we don't want to provide too generous an emission credit based on the most optimistic application. And when the system is being installed in more severe duty cycles that doesn't result in as much fuel savings, we could potentially give more credits than the overall impact of the hybrid when it's being sold and installed in a variety of equipment. And follow up on that is, I guess there's also the same tier emissions and competitive product. We would be, yes, we would, it has to be, when we compare the emission benefits of the hybrid system, we would want it to compare that to an equivalent or a similar conventional type of equipment or system. So we would want to compare any emission benefit from a hybrid to a conventional engine, to a conventional equipment that has the same tier emission, same tiered engine. So because currently all off-road equipment are required to have tier 4 final engine installed, we would compare that the hybrid benefit to a conventional equipment that is similar and that has a tier 4 engine installed, tier 4 final engine installed. Okay, next question.
In the case of two-party situation, if a hybrid equipment manufacturer that does not produce engines but produces hybrid system gets the credit, is there a mechanism by which they can use the credit other than selling it?
We did toss around this this idea, the issue that you brought out in this question, and at least for me, I'm not sure of any other situation where the manufacturer of the hybrid system would be able to use the credit. So certainly, if you can envision some other ways the hybrid system can use the emission credits other than selling it, then please give us some idea so that we can consider that. Next question.
Yeah. Would the Knox credit be only consumed by the same two-party who certified the hybrid? If the credit is assigned to the engine manufacturer, can the engine manufacturer consume the credit with a different equipment manufacturer? If the credit is assigned to the equipment manufacturer, can it be consumed by this equipment manufacturer on a different engine brand?
Okay, so this is a fairly complicated question, and I'll try to go through each section at a time here. So for the Knox credit that are generated, our thinking right now is the manufacturer could use that in the Abnt program. And I recall Jeff was saying earlier during the Q&A from the previous presentation that we are also looking at the Abnt in the context of our Tier 5 proposal. And so even though it will, we are thinking it to be part of Abnt, so the manufacturer could average, could bank, could trade the credit. It may have some restrictions or some additional strings if, depending on how we structure the Tier 5 proposal, okay? And the kind of similar answer would be applied to the equipment manufacturer if the equipment manufacturer is the entity that claims the credit. Then we're not sure, and relates back to the previous question in terms of the equipment manufacturer could have other ways to use the credits other than selling it. So please provide comments on what kind of usage for the credits that the manufacturer are hoping to be able to use, and please provide to us so that we could have the information so that we could craft the next round of proposal. Next question.
Could you give examples of credit usage scenario? Can the Knox credit be used to delay the introduction of Tier 5? If yes, does it mean that Carb will continue granting Tier 4 final EOs after the Tier 5 implementation data for credit users?
So the second part of the question is, no, we will not continue to grant Tier 4 final EO. Because as I said, once the Tier 5 emission standards becomes effective, any credit generation will be based on the Tier 5 engine emission standard. So the Tier 4 final, once that's done, we will not be issuing any more executive order based on the Tier 4 final standards. The example of credits usage scenario under a traditional Abnt program, if a manufacturer is able to have some emission credits that they were able to generate, they could use that to either average across their product line or within certain family of their product line. And if that's the case, it could potentially assist them with delaying compliance with some of the Tier 5 requirements for specific Tier 5 engine family, okay? And so it depends, it's still an evolving concept that we are still discussing internally, okay? And so what we're presenting and the current discussion, we will take back and we will see what is the most proper way to proceed. Okay, and generally it would be the way that the Abnt works. I think it just, and I would need clarification from our Tier 5 regulatory team, but my understanding is that the emissions would be only potentially could be used to offset the emission standard requirement. Any other requirements that we have in place for the tier 5 would still be in effect. So I don't know whether our tier 5 team members would want to chime in on this, because I don't want to misspeak on what we're thinking.
No, I think your explanation was pretty much spot on there, Bob. I think we're looking at the credit program like it's used now, where you would have an FEL cap, where you wouldn't be able to exceed that, where you use the credits that, to help an engine family meet a standard. Banking, trading, I think those would still be parts of the new credit program for these. In terms of delaying tier 5 or allowing tier 4 engines to continue, for a longer period of time, I mean, I guess technically could be an FEL cap, if you were able to reach that level. But aside from that, I think Bob's spot on.
Do we have, is Babak on the line now? Because I think it might help just to talk through how credits work today, just to make sure people are understanding when we talk about hybrids potentially generating credits, what those credits could be used for.
Good morning, Kim. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Would you be able to talk now, like if a manufacturer has some credits and they're trying to certify today's tier 4 final, trying to meet today's tier 4 final standards, and they want to use the credits, can you just take a couple minutes to describe how that works? And I think that would give people some good context here.
So for tier 4, I believe if a manufacturer has a certain amount of credit for PM or for Knox, they can use those credits unless they don't hit the cap. To offset or to certify third-year engines, if you will, to this standard. But the other part of the requirements still applies to them, according to the FEL. I believe moving forward with tier 5, if I'm not mistaken, tier 5, from the tier 5 perspective, meeting the Knox and PM maybe following the same pathway, but the other part of the applicable requirements will also be applicable, if I make sense. I'm not sure if any specific areas you want me to elaborate a little more.
Thanks. I think that's helpful. So the idea here is if a manufacturer generated these credits by making some hybrids and demonstrating that they have, lower NOx, you could use those credits to meet a higher FEL, which is a family emission limit. So instead of meeting the tier 5 standard in that year, you could meet a higher standard as long as when you balance out the mass emissions, as long as you don't exceed the credits that you're trying to use. But other parts, like Babak mentioned, other parts of the tier 5 requirements would still be in place, like the CO2 standards, LLC, that kind of thing. So it wouldn't enable someone to just be like, oh, well, I'm just going to keep making I'm just going to reuse my executive order from this tier 4 final engine from several years ago now. So it's a little more complicated than that.
A piece of information I would like to add, Kim, here is that the part of the trading, part of the Abnt manufacturer may be able to purchase credits from other manufacturers if they can find somebody who's interested in selling their credits.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad you brought that up. That's a really good point. So a hybrid manufacturer might be able to generate credits and then sell them to another manufacturer that needs them to sort of help ease their transition to the tier 5 requirements.
Correct. And there is usually if you look at the requirements as of now, I believe it's in 13 CCL 24-23, that there is a cap to the amount of FEL that you can use. So at some level, the manufacturers are required to be compliant. But usually cap is usually a higher level that most manufacturers, from what I've been seeing, can maintain or meet that requirements by less advanced technologies.
So for manufacturers and others that are attending this work group, if you can chime in and let us know if that's clear, or if folks still have questions about what these credits would be used for or how they would be useful.
Okay, move on to the next question. Can a Tier 5 engine be certified above the Knox standards outside of the Abnt program as a credit user? If yes, how the Knox credit consumption will be distributed between NRTC and LLC standards?
Okay, I'm not sure I'm fully understanding the question in terms of the first part of the statement that it says that in the first part of the question, it says that can a Tier 5 engine be certified above the Knox standard outside of the Abnt program as a credit user? So I guess unless if the intent is correct that the question is whether the T5 engine can be certified above the Knox standard, I suppose potentially it can if you have if there are available credits that you can make use of to average so that such that it would bring your product line or the engine family down to below the FEL level that Babak talked about. So I'm not sure whether you are meaning to say it's above the Knox standard, but if that could be. But if it's outside the Abnt program, I don't believe we can, because if you're unable to have the credit to use and use it to average, any engine would have to comply with the emission standards, unless there are specific exemptions that are provided. Okay. And so the second part is, if yes, how the Knox credit consumption will be distributed between NRTC and LLC standards. I'm not sure how to respond to that question because I haven't really put any thought into that. So I don't know whether Jeff or Lee, Yi, if you have any questions on, any comments on the second part of the question in terms of the LLC and the NRTC, whether it has any relevance to what you guys are working on?
I'll just add, Bob, yeah, and for the first, let me start with the first part. Yeah, we're envisioning the hybrid credits or the credits from the hybrids as being part of the Abnt program. So right now, I don't think we've envisioned a way for an engine to be certified above the Tier 5 Knox standard or, a less stringent certification outside of Abnt. Regarding how we're going to use the Knox credits between the NRTC and the LLC cycle, that's something that we are still considering.
Thank you, Jeff. The next question.
How will existing emissions credit based on best available carbon technology be honored towards new hybrid technology regulations?
Yeah, so these are two different but kind of related process. The concepts that we are presenting in this Tier 5 rulemaking is focused on allowing the manufacturer to be able to generate new credits based on the hybrid technology. And and the first part of the question is, how will the existing emission credits that were presumably earned or generated based on best available control technology I would imagine if that's such credit, if they were generated using through BACT, it would be dictated by the conditions of how the BACT emission credits that's being generated. And so if it allows the credit to be pooled together in a general Abnt program, then potentially it could be transferred over to the tier 5 or the off-road equipment. But if there are restrictions on the generation and the use of the backed credit, then you just need to be in compliant with whatever requirements that are put in place for that particular system.
It's noon right now, and I know we had scheduled a half an hour for lunch, but I'm going to propose that we just work right through lunch. And if you can bring a snack before your computer, that would be great, and just eat while we do this or step away for a while. But I think we need to continue answering the questions on this, and hopefully we can get through to 12:30 if everybody's okay with that on my team.
I'm perfectly fine.
Okay, thank you.
How to prove 20% fuel saving using hybrid? Does Carb have any plan to make test mode for hybrid, or do engine manufacturer prove using customer usage profile?
Okay. So this gets back to what I discussed earlier in terms of this is a simplified, streamlined verification process where we're hoping to provide, use this process to provide incentives for manufacturers to produce hybrid off-road equipment. And because this is, again, not a certification process, we are not specifying any specific test procedures or any specific duty cycles or any specific type of equipment that the applicant has to use to demonstrate the 20% fuel consumption reduction. Okay, so during the application process, manufacturer would provide data that they have for their system, for the system that they are applying for credit. That demonstrate that their system is able to achieve 20% fuel consumption reduction. And that could be obtained through whatever testing that they have in-house, or testing that they conducted during a demonstration project at a customer usage profile, as you mentioned. But whatever data that they provide to us, okay, first of all, it has to be representative of the range of application that they will be intending the system to be installed in. And as I also discussed, if they are intending that the hybrid system is to be installed in a range of equipment, then we would want to have the data, the fuel consumption saving data for the worst case scenario, in that because we don't want to give more credit than are justified when the hybrid system is being installed in different range of equipment that has different level of potential for fuel saving and different potential for Knox benefits. Okay, next question.
Will total Knox emission credit calculated by multiplying 5% or 10% and the sales volume of the hybrid vehicles? Will the credit be limited to only other vehicle application of the same engine without any hybrid, or Knox credit be used for other engine application, different power category, for example?
The further question is how will the Knox emission credit be calculated? So first of all, the actual level itself is multiplying the 5% to whatever the applicable emission standards for the combustion engine that is currently in effect. And where the sales volume come in is when we want to determine the actual total amount of credit that they could potentially use to average trade or for trading. And that, of course, will be based on the estimated sales volume that the manufacturer will be providing for their system in California. And of course, we need to verify through a year-end verification requirement that they would also need to come back and submit data to us to prove that, to demonstrate that the amount of sales volume that they estimated at the beginning of the application process, how valid that is, and the actual total credit will then be determined based on the final sales volume that they provided during the year-end review. Okay. Second question is, will the credit be limited to only other vehicle applications of the same engine without the hybrid, or the Knox credit be used for other engine applications, different power category, for example? So this is something that we are still discussing internally, but generally under the ABT program, once the credit is generated, it would be used to average across the average across whatever range the manufacturer want to use the credit for. And so potentially it could, depending on the specific conditions that we will be placing on the credit, whether we will be providing restrictions on averaging across product range or across horsepower rating. That is something that we are still considering being for this specific rulemaking. And as Jeff also mentioned, there could be some interaction with what we're thinking for the Tier 5. And so if you have any specific suggestions on that, then please send us any comments to us, and we would be happy to take a look and discuss with you.
Thank you, Bob. Next question. If the goal is to incentivize to the industry, then ARB should provide a credit at least as much as the actual reduction. For example, a 30% reduction in fuel and NOx should get a 30% credit in CO2 and NOx.
Yes, of course, that would provide as much as incentive as possible. You know, if whatever the manufacturer is able to demonstrate that that system is able to achieve, if they're able to achieve the 30% NOx reductions, what George is recommending is that we should allow a 30% NOx credit. Once again, I would like to emphasize what I have discussed, and that is, this is not a certification process because we are not actually certifying this system using rigorous test procedure. As you can tell from my previous, my answer to the previous question, that it is a verification process that we will take whatever data that the manufacturer has using whatever testing that they have conducted, either in-house or with a customer fleet, and use that information to decide whether whether the system is able to generate the credit. And so with such lax requirements and with no durability testing requirement, we don't feel that it is in the best interest of the public to provide whatever level the emission credit that the system is able to generate, because we don't know how durable, once again, we don't know how durable the benefits is. And there's no warranty requirements for, on top of that, for that the manufacturer has to comply with in terms of guaranteeing that the NOx benefits will be able to achieve over the entire useful life of the equipment. Okay, we are potentially, we could potentially be looking at an actual certification process for off-road hybrid powertrain system, perhaps in a future rulemaking. Okay, and if we undertake that rulemaking, then we could potentially have a provision in there that would allow a system to be able to generate credit higher level than the 10%. But the reason that we would be able to do that, because we would have built-in safety requirements in the actual certification test procedure. We would have durability testing requirements. We would have specific test procedures so that to ensure that the claims for NOx credit is consistent with all manufacturers. So you don't have a potential discrepancy between the NOx credits, because maybe each applicant, each manufacturer would use a different test procedure to obtain or to demonstrate the NOx benefit. So if manufacturer A is using their own test cycle, okay, to demonstrate the NOx benefit, and if manufacturer B is using a different test cycle to demonstrate the NOx benefit, how are we able to compare and be sure that the NOx benefit claims from the two manufacturers are consistent, that we can be sure that, okay, they are comparable? So that's why that in the absence of an actual certification test procedure, there's no way that we would be able to provide any sort of guarantee for consistency in terms of the NOx benefit between the different manufacturers. And that's why we are capping it at the 10%. Next question.
I can take the next question, Muslim. I know we're running out of time, so I want to do these a little bit faster than we're currently doing. Okay. What is Carb's priority for pertaining to NOx and CO2 reductions? In other words, which pollutant has the highest priority? The response is both NOx and CO2 are priorities to Carb. Tier 5 rulemaking, we're proposing more stringent NOx standards and first-time CO2 tailpipe standards. As we reduce NOx, we don't want to see an increase in CO2. So as part of our Southwest demonstration project, we're running scenarios for both CO2 neutral and for a 5 to 8% reduction in CO2 for tailpipe. So the capping standard presentation today will address some of those topics, and that will be discussed later today. Next.
What is the perceived benefit to the dual EO cert?
The benefit would be the providing an opportunity for more applicants to apply for the emission credit, because the way that we understand the market situation with the hybrid market is that most of the hybrid system is not vertically integrated, in that the manufacturer of the engine and the manufacturer of the hybrid system are not the same entity for most of the time. So you have two separate parties. And so if you are, if you're not the same, if you are not one and the same manufacturer for both the EO and for both the combustion engine and the hybrid system, if there is no party, if there is no two-party executive order, it would be very difficult to assign different responsibility, different certification requirements for warranty, for example, on a party that does not manufacture the other component. For example, if the hybrid manufacturer is will come in and want to apply for for credits using this process. And if they're using an engine from some other OEM, from some other engine OEM, they would need to specify, okay, as part of the verification process, they would need to provide information on which engine that they are coupling with their hybrid system, and whatever engine that they decide to use with the hybrid system, the requirements for warranty and other requirements would also be placed on that. And the way that we've done that is whoever is named on the executive order would be the party that is responsible for fulfilling the warranty requirements for the system that is being verified. And so if the system is being verified includes both the engine and the hybrid system, then the hybrid manufacturer would be obligated to fulfill the warranty obligation for the engine, in addition to the warranty requirements for their own hybrid system. And so that would be the benefit for the two-party system. We recognize that it does involve an additional layer of complexity because you have two party to try to work through the different arrangements and agreement on which party is doing what. But overall, we think that would provide some flexibility in terms of additional ability for more people to apply. Okay, next question.
What is reasoning? Yeah, what is reasoning regarding capping Knox credit at 10% max?
I think we went through this question several times already, so let's skip it in the interest of time.
According to the current Tier 4 final regulation, how the hybrid powertrain need to be certified. Looking at the presentation, it seems that there is no dedicated procedure to test the hybrid system for the certification purpose. This means that currently, is it enough to certify just the internal combustion engine according to Tier 4 final? And is it not mandatory to test the whole powertrain? Internal combustion engine, electric engine, batteries, so no mapping, NRCS and NRTC tests for the whole hybrid system?
Correct, because getting back to the whole reason for this undertaking is that we want to find a simple way to incentivize manufacturer to be able to generate some credit to hopefully help them make a decision in terms of bringing into the market some hybrid to some hybrid products. And so this is truly not a certification process, as I mentioned several times already. And so because of that, we just basically, the requirement is they have to use, the first requirement is they have to use whatever engine that is being required at the time that they submit the application. So for the time being, that would be a Tier 4 engine, Tier 4 final engine. And they would need to provide any fuel consumption data or any Knox benefit based on the overall system that they have developed when they do the testing. And that would include both the engine and the hybrid system. And as I mentioned, we don't specify any test procedure or any specific other requirements. Okay. Next question.
Okay. Currently, does the executive orders for hybrid is required if engine manufacturer does not ask for credit?
For hybrid, if engine manufacturer does not ask for credit. No, I believe the current process for certifying engine, there are no requirements on the hybrid.
Okay. I guess the next one also, Bob, you get some information, right? They're asking for examples.
Okay. So yes, the example that both myself and I believe Jeff also mentioned was that they can use the credit that is being generated and they could bank it for later use. and they can use it either to sell the credit. If they have no needs for the credit, they can sell it to other people that has needs for credit, or they can use it to average across their product line to meet any FEL requirements that are being placed on their product. And so that this truly is the way that the Abnt program would work, that they can do it, they can use it based on whatever their situation is and whatever that would most benefit their business operation. Okay.
Will diesel electric applications qualify for Knox or CO2 credit if the net fuel consumption on vehicle is reduced greater than 20%?
Yes, the hybrid definition, it doesn't, we don't restrict for any different, for any hybrid types or any type of fuel types. So if the hybrid system has the using a combustion engines that is using diesel, first of all, it has to be in compliance with the emission standards that's in effect, which currently is the Tier 4 final. And so if there are, the manufacturer is able to provide data that demonstrate to the satisfaction of our Carp certification staff, then they would be able to generate the credit. Next question.
Yeah. How specifically is the Knox credit applied mathematically? It is applied on the engine or the vehicle. Can you speak to the situation where an engine is applied on both hybrid and non-hybrid vehicles?
Okay, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So the first part of it, I think I've answered previously, and the way that the way that the credit is generated is dependent on the level of, now first of all, the level of the Knox that credit that is being approved. So it could be either the default 5% level or the cap at the 10% Knox level. So first of all, that is the Knox level that is being allowed. Okay, that could potentially be used to generate credit. The second is, in part of the same question, is it involves the actual amount of emissions that is being generated, the actual amount of Knox emission credit that is being generated. And that goes to the, back to the question that it is to be determined based on the actual sales volume in California for the system that was verified. And so during the application process, the manufacturer would need to provide their estimate of how many units they anticipate their system would be sold in California for the year. And during the year-end review, the manufacturer would come back and provide actual sales volume data for the system under question. And so from that, we would be able to calculate what is the total amount of Knox emission credit that the manufacturer was able to generate during the year for the certified, for the system that has been verified. Okay, so once they are able to have that amount of credit, as I mentioned, they can either use it for averaging or banking, and they can, when they bank it, they can use it later on to either to sell it or to use it to comply with other with manufacturing system that that emit at higher level than the FEL level that they are being required to meet. And so, and as far as the situation where they can apply it across product line for both a hybrid and non-hybrid vehicle, I don't think we are making any distinction between that. Once the credit is generated, it can be used to average across whatever product line the manufacturer wants to use it for. Jeff, I don't know whether that runs counter to what you're thinking in terms of what you're proposing.
No, it doesn't run counter, Bob. I think the proposal, though, I know we've mentioned this before, it's still being developed. It's still developing. And I think what you just said is our current thinking. But if there's reason to change that, if stakeholders and other members of industry think there's a better way to do this, our ears are wide open.
All right, next question.
Will Carb also develop an off-road credit emission program for zero-emission off-road equipment? Powertrains like the new proposed hybrid program? Jenna, please.
Yes, this is something that's currently under discussion within our section right now. But we'd like to hear input on this. So if you're interested in commenting, please do.
Next question.
Okay. I'm seeing biodiesel as an option at the pumps and wondering if the application of biodiesel requires any upfront modification at the manufacturer level as it is applied to engine specification in order more readily see emission benefits and take advantage of this readily available fuel type.
So this is not what we consider a hybrid under the hybrid definition. So fuel use, different fuel type, it does have its potential benefit, but that lies outside of what we are considering as a hybrid. Hybrid has more with actual hardware and design in terms of the integration of the engine with some hybrid system, actual hardware, whether it's involving batteries or energy storage, other energy storage devices, or other type of hybrids, such as series hybrid, hydraulic hybrid. So it's not, that's what we consider to be a hybrid. So fuel is not a hybrid system. Okay, next question.
Sure. Any credit for this type of engine fuel combination?
Yeah, the answer is no.
Okay.
Because it's not a hybrid, according to our definition.
Next question. Engine manufacturers don't control where machines are sold in the US. Could credits be generated in California on a hybrid equipment sold in the other state?
Bob, we can't hear you. Okay, great.
Good question. I think this is something that we are still discussing. Hopefully you can provide some comments, some suggestions that we can use to formulate our strategy.
Okay, next question. If the objective is to bring low NOx and CO2 machinery to the market, then a technology open approach would be better. Would you be open to considering a credit approach for any technology that can demonstrate a NOx CO2 benefit against a Tier 4 final, Tier 5 baseline?
Yes, could you, if you have any information for the kind of technology that you are envisioning, that you are kind of referring to in your comment, please provide to us. But currently, we are focusing it on the hybrid technology because we're seeing this as a way to assist us with air quality benefits in the near term, and with the long-term goals of the electrification of the equipment. So certainly we would be interested in hearing any sort of technology that would be able to improve or would be able to reduce emissions. Certainly, please communicate with us any information you have.
Okay, I'm gonna just take a pause right here, and if mostly we can annotate where we left off. It looks like at 11:55 is the last question that we didn't get to, and then let's move on because we have a full program today. Let's move on to the next topic, please.
Sure.
So our next topic is GHG capping standards concept, and it will be presented by Jeff Lowry.
Sure. Meltem, you can go ahead and pull that up.
Yeah, I am sharing that right now.
It's okay. I need a second on my end anyway.
Sure.
I wanted to note, while folks are getting organized here, I wanted to note that we got some questions in the chat about how exactly does the math work generating these credits, and how exactly would the math work using the credits. And if we have time in a later Q&A session, we can show the equations and the math for that for folks that want to understand exactly how the credit stuff would work.
Thanks,
Okay.
Kim.
Yeah, thanks, Kim. Meltem, I'm ready if you are.
I'm sharing the screen. Can you see that?
Great. No, that's good. I can see it.
Okay, good.
Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff Lowry, and I'm CARD's lead staff for the off-road diesel Tier 5 rulemaking that's currently underway in California. In this presentation, I'll discuss potential greenhouse capping standards currently under consideration as part of the Tier 5 rulemaking effort. These potential standards would apply to tailpipe emissions only and not to greenhouse gas equivalent emissions related to the off-road equipment itself. Next slide, please. Here we see an overview of the elements of our potential capping standards proposal. And before I continue, let me give you fair warning. I'll be using the terms potential and conceptual ad nauseum to emphasize that these elements are in no way a final proposal, but rather our current thinking on the best way to keep greenhouse gas emissions in check as we adopt more stringent criteria pollutant standards and a first-time carbon dioxide standard as well for some power categories. We encourage feedback from stakeholders on all aspects of this proposal, in particular, the appropriateness of the potential standards. Next slide, please. Although the purpose of my presentation is to introduce potential greenhouse gas capping standards, I would like to begin with a recap, no pun intended, of potential reducing standards for carbon dioxide that staff is considering for off-road diesel engine families between 56 and 560 kilowatts. These potential standards would only apply to non-preempted engine families in California and would apply on the basis of power category. The goal for these standards is a 5 to 8.6% decrease in emissions below Tier 4 final certification levels. And the information is reported to Carb by engine manufacturers in their certification applications, which we used the information from 2020 to 2022 model years. These potential reducing standards would be applicable to both transient and steady state certification test cycles. Southwest Research Institute is investigating lower CO2 standards using cylinder deactivation and dynamic skip fire technologies. And initial results, they appear to indicate that the feasibility of reductions in this range, 5 to 8.6%, looks very promising at the moment. Next slide, please. So what are capping standards and why is Carb considering their adoption for carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide? Capping standards are certification maximums that would limit emissions from these greenhouse pollutants from increasing above their current tailpipe levels. In general, capping standards do not reduce emissions, but they ensure they remain the same. The three pollutants identified here are the most abundant contributors to climate change in the Earth's atmosphere, and if left unchecked, could continue to have devastating effects on the environment and the economy. Some control technologies for reducing criteria pollutants have been known to increase nitrous oxide emissions. As we will see in the next slide, nitrous oxide has a very high global warming potential and can remain in the atmosphere for a century or longer. Next slide, please. Here we see a comparison of the global warming potentials of the greenhouse gas pollutants for which capping standards are being considered, and water vapor. Although carbon dioxide is the most plentiful greenhouse gas in the Earth's atmosphere, methane and nitrous oxide have a much greater potential to trap heat and cause global warming. Interestingly, at least to me, water vapor retains considerable heat energy, but that heat is relatively short-lived and water vapor's effect on global warming is minimal. Next slide. The most important reason for setting greenhouse gas capping standards is to avoid the development of emission control technologies under Tier 5 that inadvertently increase greenhouse gases while simultaneously reducing PM and NOx. Some diesel particulate filter designs can increase nitrous oxide emissions in the presence of hydrocarbon emissions. Of most concern, however, is the use of copper zeolite selective catalyst reduction systems, which can form nitrous oxide byproducts at both low and at high temperatures. Copper zeolite SCR systems are a robust design for reducing NOx, but proper engineering of the aftertreatment system as a whole must be employed to ensure against NOx and nitrous oxide trade-offs. Ammonia slip catalysts can also increase nitrous oxide emissions under certain operating conditions. Consequently, staff believes it's necessary to adopt capping standards for the greenhouse gases to ensure that new criteria pollutant control technologies under Tier 5 do not adversely affect greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide, please. In deriving potential capping standards for the Tier 5 rulemaking, staff analyzed the data provided to Carb certification as required under 1039-235G of the California test procedures, which is the same as required by US EPA and the Code of Federal Regulations. The data were aggregated by pollutant and power category for all off-road diesel engine manufacturers. Averages were taken after filtering and typically rounded up to a nearest factor. Nitrous oxide capping standards from all engine families and all power categories greater than 19 kilowatts were averaged together to maximize the filtering effect of averaging to eliminate outliers in the data and other aberrations that could affect accuracy and precision. Statistical analysis showed overlapping error bars across all power categories, suggesting that a single standard, in this case 0.12 grams per kilowatt hour, would make the most sense. This follows the precedent for heavy-duty diesel on-road engines, for which a 0.10 gram per brake horsepower hour nitrous oxide standard is applicable for all engine service classifications. The potential methane standard is expressed as a range from average across all power categories to 50% above average to compensate for possible measurement variations due to the limited amount of available methane data. As with nitrous oxide, statistical analysis showed overlapping error bars across all power categories, again suggesting that a single standard would make the most sense. Discrete capping standards for carbon dioxide were developed according to power category and are determined to be most appropriate from the from the statistical analysis as indicated in the next slide. Next slide, Muslim.
Oh, before we go to the next slide, I just wanted to state, can you go back, Muslim? that we had a previous version on the slide where we made a few edits to the bullets. So in case you downloaded the slides earlier this last week, just note that this particular slide will look a bit different. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenna. Totally forgot about that. Here we see an illustration of the analysis used to suggest potential Tier 5 carbon dioxide capping standards. The data are inclusive of all manufacturers who certify off-road diesel engine families in California and represent the highest tailpipe emission measurements of the non-road transient cycle versus the steady state test results. So whichever is higher, those are the numbers we use between the NRTC and the steady state. Despite combining engine families, regardless of application for this analysis, agreement is very strong within power categories, with coefficients of variation remaining below 0.1 in all cases. Means and medians are also very close to each other, suggesting symmetry indicative of a normal distribution. It should also be noted that staff's analysis using Carb certification data differs from the same analysis using US EPA certification data by less than 1% for all power categories and less than 0.5% for categories greater than 19 kilowatts. Next slide, please. This table represents a summary of potential greenhouse gas capping standards and reducing standards for carbon dioxide that are presently being considered by Carb staff. As previously mentioned, the potential nitrous oxide capping standard is set at a constant 0.120 grams per kilowatt hour across power categories due to the overlapping of error bars from discrete power category analyses. Also, as previously mentioned, the potential methane standard is expressed as a range to compensate for possible measurement variations due to the limited amount of data. And with that said, and I'll be making this pitch later on as well, if industry has additional data, please think about sharing it with us. You know, the data we have is good, but additional data will definitely improve the analysis. Both the potential nitrous oxide and methane standards are defined at 3 decimal places, and this is consistent with the current reporting requirements in 1039-235G of the test procedures and the Code of Federal Regulations. The potential CO2 capping standard is defined to 1 gram per kilowatt hour, as also required under 1039-235G. Staff's current thinking is that potential capping standards for engines less than 19 kilowatts may not be necessary because engines in this power category are generally not expected to incorporate advanced Knox aftertreatment technologies, but rather they're expected to be replaced with zero emission technologies in the near future. We welcome discussion on this and alternative viewpoints to this topic. Furthermore, staff is not proposing capping standards for the low load cycle at this time because a representative low load cycle does not yet exist for off-road diesel engines and because no data are currently available to indicate what those standards should be. Next slide, Muslim. So this concludes my presentation on the potential inclusion of greenhouse gas capping standards in the Tier 5 rulemaking. We definitely welcome further discussion on this topic or any element of this topic and suggestions on improving the future proposal. As I mentioned earlier, we would welcome additional emissions data that manufacturers would be willing to share with us to improve the analysis, especially with respect to natural gas or dual fuel off-road diesel engines. And furthermore, we're very interested in learning about equipment-based GHG improvements and how best to encourage their implementation apart from setting equipment-based standards, which may occur in a subsequent rulemaking, but will not occur in this rulemaking because it's beyond our scope. Thank you. With that said, I'm ready to take questions on the presentation.
Thank you so much, Jeff. So we are continuing from where we left off at 11:55 Bob, if you are still there, please answer the hybrid related questions. So NOx credit for hybrid is capped at 10%. How about CO2? Will those not be discounted? I guess Bob is not currently available.
I think we're right now, Muslim, we're going to take questions just on Jeff's presentation right now.
Okay.
Okay. So let's stick that, and then we'll circle back to the hybrid one later on. Okay. Do folks have questions that they want to type into the Q&A on this topic, or raise their hand?
Guess David raised hand. Let's see.
Hi, this is David Rothbard again with the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works. Thanks for the presentation. I'm just curious as far as SCR performance and Knox, the NO2 emission data you're seeing. How much are you seeing just overall? I'm interested in the potential greenhouse gas ramifications versus the potential NOx reductions that you'd be getting. It's kind of a trade-off. I'm curious what the significance is, one versus the other. If you get a scale out, how much GHG emissions are you getting versus the reductions you can get off of the NOx? If you could give a stab at that topic, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I'll take a stab at that. Based on the demonstration testing that Southwest is doing for us, they are investigating reducing NOx emissions by 90% on a approximately 250 horsepower John Deere engine. Their initial results are very promising. They're getting very close to that level. And as part of the contract, they had to design their system to be GHG neutral. So we are seeing no increase in nitrous oxides based on their system. Now they've had to engineer certain elements of it to address any issues that came up regarding the NOx after treatment technology that they've employed, to make sure that dosing is correct and other details that I'm sure Chris Sharp would be able to rattle off at the top of his head. But the bottom line is that with the demonstration testing, we're seeing no increase in greenhouse gas emissions because of our lowered NOx demonstration. But that doesn't mean it doesn't happen, because we have seen that in other demonstrations where nitrous goes up somewhat. I don't have a percent increase for you. Nitrous emissions tend to be pretty small to begin with. But again, you look at the global warming potential, I believe it was, without going back and looking, I believe it was somewhere around 273 times that of carbon dioxide. So anyway, I hope that answers your question.
It helps. I'm just struggling with, as far as where SCR really sits as a technology with Carb. For a lot of the other regulations that are being addressed right now, SCR seems to be frowned upon. And it's kind of a dilemma as far as how to get ozone reductions as quickly as possible and simultaneously getting greenhouse gas emission reductions. And I think there's just a disconnect as far as priorities. And that's where I was going with this, as far as it seems like both objectives can be achieved with this technology, and was making sure that you're not eliminating this as a possibility. And if it's something that's in your toolbox, it seems like it's something you should embrace, just making sure it's something you're going to consider continuing using SCR rather than move away from it.
Oh, thank you for that comment. We are most certainly considering using SCR. That is the technology that's being developed, and it's a technology we anticipate will be used when the regulation becomes effective.
Very good. Thank you.
Could I just ask a follow-up? Maybe could you clarify, I guess it's Mr. Rothbart, what you mean by SCR seeming to be frowned upon?
There's a study that was done, it's actually ongoing by South Coast AQMD, and there's a situation for ultra low NOx CNG engines where they're finding in certain unusual situations, I think just an idle condition, that the SCR system was not functioning properly. And it sounds like Carb is kind of going and saying SCR really is not working properly. So I'm confused as to where Carb sits as far as the technology based on, it's a fact sheet that Carb issued on the 200 vehicle study that's on your website. And that's kind of the basis for my concern of, is it something that Carb is embracing? Because it seems like the public comments I've heard thus far is pretty anti-SCR. So that's where it's coming from.
Thanks for the clarification. Let me start, and then I think our vehicle program specialist, Bill Robertson, can probably add a little bit more. Yeah, SCR is a super important technology, and our emission standards are basically requiring that it be used on all heavy-duty on-road engines and nearly all off-road engines. And part of what this rulemaking will likely do is push SCR to be used on some of the smaller end engines, that off-road engines where it hasn't been used before. So we definitely see SCR as a really important tool for cutting NOx on diesel engines. What you may be hearing and thinking about is both as part of the on-road omnibus rulemaking and as part of this rulemaking, we're really eager to make sure that the SCR is fully functioning in all the operational modes where engines are really used. So for example, one thing we found on the on-road side was that SCR was working awesome and great under high load conditions, when vehicles are on the freeway and that kind of stuff, but it wasn't always working really well when engines were cold. And so part of what we did on the on-road side and what we're doing here by writing a low load cycle is to make sure that when manufacturers design and calibrate these systems, they make sure the SCR kicks in even at lower temperatures. So they may have to make some more efforts to keep that system warm than they have in the past, to make sure that that really effective SCR system can be cutting NOx even during lower load, cooler kind of operating conditions. And I don't know if Bill wants to add anything particularly on the natural gas side.
Yeah, just a couple of comments, backing up what Kim said about the importance of the operating all across the duty cycle. If you operate 10% of the time at a 10 times emission rate, that's pretty equivalent to all the rest of the operations impact. So some of these things can happen during a small amount of time, but have a big impact. And the other piece I wanted to mention is that my understanding is that the vast majority of natural gas vehicles operating on the road today are spark ignition stoichiometric engines that use a three-way catalyst. So it's a little different after treatment technology than the selective catalytic reduction SCR after treatment that's used on diesels. So just trying to keep that straight.
And also, if I'm sorry, I just want to chime in and say that this is a compression ignition diesel engine regulation. So I don't know if that's causing any confusion.
I appreciate the difference, and it's just more of the technology in general. And just as far as what Carb is open to looking at for technology, clearly for diesel, there's certain technologies, but it's also with the push to electrify everything. Just wanted to have this as a tool in your toolbox, especially for what we generate at our wastewater treatment plants is a gas that has to be used, and we're just trying to find a home for it. So that's where I'm coming from as far as here's a way to achieve greenhouse gas reductions and also NOx reductions wherever it fits in your regulations, including possibly this one eventually. So thank you.
Thanks. Well, I think we got a few more questions in the chat now. So you can start with Eric Ruby at 12:45.
Yes. What is the view of a new LLC CO2 standard for off-highway, but no equivalent standard exists on the LLC for on-highway?
I'll take a stab at that, although it may have been a question that you had answered earlier. We don't have an LLC yet, so it's at this point, it's hard to predict what an appropriate CO2 standard would be, if it's appropriate at all. I seem to recall some discussions about the low load of the LLC, the low temperatures, not particularly being a major concern for CO2 like it is for Knox, because you don't have the higher temperatures for extended periods of time. But I guess the answer is, this is something that is still in development, whether or not we consider adopting a CO2 standard for the LLC. But first, we need to develop an LLC.
Is ARB considering whether engine CO2 credits can be banked ahead of a tier 5? So I guess this is for hybrid.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at this one too, Muslim.
Sure.
We have been asked, to consider adopting a credit program for CO2. We are certainly leaning towards that at the moment, not for the capping standards, but for the CO2 reducing standards. Very unlikely that we would implement something ahead of tier 5. Tier 5 will be the point at which, hopefully I'm wrong, but it will be the point at which EPA and Carb have different standards. And Carb and EPA will not have a CO2 standard at that time. Again, I'm hoping I'm wrong. So it's very unlikely that we would start a credit program for CO2, before tier 5, which is when we intend to adopt the CO2 tailpipe standard.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. Will N2O and CH4 limits apply to LLC, or they only apply to NRTC and RMC?
Yeah, again, my answer is pretty much the same. We don't have an LLC yet, so we don't know what the N2O and the CH4 limits would be on the LLC. So at this point in time, we're not considering adopting them for the LLC, just for the NRTC and the steady state tests.
Next question. Carb sponsored studies have shown recently that NRTC does not represent real world operation. If this is the case, then how can we ensure that by reducing CO2 in NRTC, we can actually affect the reduction in GHG?
Right. A lot of work went into developing the NRTC for the tier 4 rulemaking. I think it's not accurate to say it's not representative, or it may not be perfectly representative, which is why we are looking to develop a low load test cycle to quantify emissions during, low load operation, when the exhaust temperature tends to decrease and the Knox after treatment systems tend not to work as efficiently as they do under higher temperatures. With that said, again, I don't expect CO2 emissions to be as affected by low load operation. I could be wrong, and this is something that we're obviously looking into, but I don't expect them to be affected as much as Knox emissions will be. But at some point, and we are considering, at some point, it is likely, or it will likely be appropriate to look at adopting a CO2 standard for the LLC. I don't know that that's going to happen under tier 5, but at some point it may be worthwhile.
Thank you. Next question. Is it possible to lump into one GHG number in standard instead of 3 separate numbers?
This is a discussion we've had internally as well. You have more control, if you regulate the components individually. In a somewhat similar, maybe not so similar circumstance, we used to have combined non-methane hydrocarbon and NOx standards. And when after treatment technology became prevalent in the off-road, they were disassociated, and we set standards for each individually. I see this as maybe not a great parallel, but somewhat similar, where if you combine them, especially considering the differences in the global warming potential for carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous or nitrous oxide, I don't know that it really makes sense to combine them. But with that said, we welcome, this discussion, and we welcome, logical arguments that could sway us into, a combined standard, if that makes sense. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, I guess the next question is a clarification for previous question, but Jeff, you on that?
Which one?
Is Carb considering whether engine CO2 credits can be banked ahead of tier 5, not hybrid engine based?
Yeah, this is more of a question for Bob, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, he's saying non-hybrid. So are we going to offer CO2 CO2 credits for non-hybrid engines? He's clarifying.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Well, since we don't intend to adopt a CO2 standard until tier 5 becomes effective, I don't think we will have CO2 credits ahead of tier 5. Hope that makes sense, George.
Okay. With the introduction of both reducing and capping a standard for CO2, would this impart limits on potential Abnt averaging scheme across the proposed power categories, like averaging sets?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I fully understand the question, but yes, we are leaning towards adopting an Abnt program that includes carbon dioxide, but just for the reducing standards. It doesn't seem to make sense for a capping standard, which is already an average. But we are looking towards doing that for CO2 emissions. And again, I envision we will have averaging sets within which you will be able to average and trade those emissions. I don't know if those averaging sets will continue to be the same as they are now for Knox and PM, the other criteria pollutants. That's something that we are looking into, to see if it makes sense to continue that wide span of horsepower ranges, or should it be narrowed? Thank you for the question, Justin.
Okay. I don't see any more question for you, Jeff, at the end.
Don't.
Okay. Let me check the raise hand. There is no more raised hand.
Are there any hands up?
No.
Okay.
Bob, are you here?
Yes, I'm still here. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, so let's start from when we left at 11:55 to answer hybrid questions. Okay. Knox credits for hybrid is capped at 10%. How about CO2 credits? Will those not be discounted?
We are still looking at the potential for to allow CO2 emission credits, and currently we're asking for any data that that stakeholders have that they can share with us, and we have not set any level for the CO2 credit. But because, once again, this is a verification process intending to provide incentives, we are thinking that the approach would be similar to the concept that we are presenting for the Knox hybrid, in which that the manufacturer would be required to provide data, and we would review the data, and based on the data, we would assign a particular emission credit level for CO2. But right now we're still in a investigation phase to make sure that we are doing this right, and be mindful of the Knox and CO2 potential for interaction.
Thank you.
Okay, next question.
If ARB is considering changes to Abnt, so it's California specific, will manufacturers be able to back calculated credits after the regulation is finalized? For example, for credit generating engines produced today, but not related to hybrid in any way?
Okay, I have to admit, I'm not sure I understand the question when you said back calculating the credits after the regulation is finalized. So as far as my understanding is, the credits manufacturers are not able to generate credits until we adopt the regulation and the regulation is implemented. And so what we are proposing is an ability for the manufacturers to earn credits after once the Tier 5 regulation has been finalized. So there's no pre-earning of credits, so to speak. So I'm not sure I quite understand the back calculation reference. Okay. So currently, I don't believe we have credits program for off-road. So manufacturer will be able to start earning credit once the Tier 5 standards is implemented.
Thank you. Does this hybrid credit also apply for ZEV powertrain?
No, it does not. ZEV powertrain is not a hybrid, and so the credits mechanism that we're proposing, we are not using that for ZEV powertrains.
Thank you. Next one. Traditional Abnt power band ranges from 56 to 560 kilowatts. What about the power range qualification for hybrid system, total power or engine only power?
Okay, the way that we are envisioning the credits that would be generated is based on the application of the manufacturers wanting to generate credit, and so within in the application they would specify what range of equipment that the hybrid system will be installed in. And so, like as I said earlier, we would take into account of the range of the equipment and the available data to determine which credit level is to be granted for the equipment. And once it's granted, it could be used in any scenario where the manufacturer needs to use the credit. And so we would need to, and then when you're referring to the specific power range, 56 to 560, I'm not sure what you mean by that. So if you can follow up with more specificity, I could try to answer that, or Jeff, based on his knowledge of the existing ABT program. Okay, next question, please.
Yes. Is having an energy accumulation system a mandatory requirement to be considered as hybrid?
Not yes and no, not necessarily, because we are opening. We are not restricting the hybrid definition to any particular type of hybrid architecture. And so we are aware that there are hybrid technology that maybe doesn't employ a rechargeable energy storage system, as long as the system that the manufacturer of such system provide the information that we are specifying, in terms that the engine has to be a certified engine compliant with the current emission standard. There is fuel reduction consumption benefits that are supported by data, and they also provide either actual NOx emission benefit or provide estimated NOx benefit based on engineering argument due to the as a result of the hybrid technology and the fuel consumption reduction.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I don't see any more question for you for now, so thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I can hop in here for a moment. Muslim, if I send you something, are you able to share a file on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, I think it might be helpful just because we got a number of questions about, wait, how does the math actually work here? Just to walk through kind of how the math works for today's averaging, making, and trading program. So let me send that to Muslim. If we have an opportunity, he can throw that up on the screen and we can take a few minutes to talk about it. Bob, can you also take a look in your Teams and your email? Because I sent you over the equation that I think you're proposing to use for the hybrid generating credits. Want to make sure that's consistent with your thinking.
Okay.
And then maybe Muslim, can you just pull up the agenda so folks can be refreshed as to where we are in the day?
Sure, give me a second.
So while he's doing that, Kim, we do have time. Our last deck starts at 2 o'clock. For the small volume manufacturer provisions. It's 1:12 right now. So I think we have time to present that one little slide if we'd like, or we can take a short break for everybody for 15 minutes.
Yeah, why, since we skipped lunch, why don't we take a 15-minute break, or how about an 18-minute break and come back at 1:30, and at that time we can pick up a little refresher on the math for how the credits are proposed to work.
Okay,
and
great.
Maybe, yeah, and Bob, let's talk in the interim during the break, please.
Also, Muslim, if you can put out another slide on the back of this that just says we're going to return at 1:30, so folks who stepped away will know that there's not a problem with their Zoom, and yet we're on a break.
Okay, let me create one. So.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Hello? Hey. Okay.
So far, so good. You're doing a great job.
I didn't quite expect that many questions. So
You did great in answering them, Bob.
I can still hear you. Yes, yes, yes. And I did type in a reply. I don't know whether you guys seen it.
Hi, Bob. I don't know if you can hear me, but you're not on mute at the moment.
Just call back this team number.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's 1:30. That was the quickest 18 minutes ever.
Very true.
Muslim, if you'd like to put the slides up for the next presentation, that would be great, on the small volume manufacturers.
Do we want to do that, or do we want to finish the hybrid thing?
Either way.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to go ahead and finish the hybrid thing, since
Okay.
People that are interested in that may sign off.
All right, perfect.
So I think Mosum's going to pull up a quick handout, and please, we'll get this into a nicer format and get it ADA compliant and get it posted on our webpage. But we just made it real fast in the last few minutes, just to make clear, since we got a number of questions regarding how exactly the math will work for both generating credits and using credits under our hybrid credit concept. So Mosum, if you can share that little document that you got in the email, and then Bob Nguyen will take it from here.
Okay. Okay, could you, is there more to that? Can you page down to see? Okay, that's the bottom equation. Is that what I'm looking for?
This one?
Yes, yes. Okay. Are there like additional text below that? No,
No,
okay.
just
okay,
one page, yeah.
So that's fine. Let's start with the bottom equation, because that is more germane to what we are discussing in terms of how the manufacturers are able to generate the credits. So the equation there shows the different variables that would enter into the credit calculation to determine the total amount of credit that a manufacturer would be able to generate through their hybrid off-road equipment. So the first of all, the emission level is that's the first variable there at either 5% or 10%. Okay, so we would use that and multiply by the emission standards that are currently in effect, which, as I mentioned earlier, could be either the Tier 4 final standard or the Tier 5 emission standard when it becomes effective. So that would generate a certain level of emission credit, and to determine the total amount of credit that would be available, we would take that and multiply by the volume. Basically, that's the sales volume of the hybrid equipment that was verified for the California market, and then multiply by the average power rating that the hybrid system will be installed in, multiplied by the useful life of the engine in that equipment, and that would establish the total credits that the manufacturer would is able to generate for their system. And then once we have that total amount, then the manufacturer could bank that total amount of credit to be used to either to sell the credit later on to another manufacturer, or to use it to average across their product line. Okay, so I hope that explains the math that.
And Bob, can you go up and run through the top equation, which explains like, okay, so then if I generate some credits by making some hybrids, and then I want to use them, how might that work? And the equation at the top is straight out of our current off-road regs. So it kind of explains how averaging banking and trading works today. Muslim, page up to the top, please, of the handout. Okay, and so this is just the equation in the regs today. And we'll be looking at if we need to make any changes to this to make it work exactly right in tier 5, but just to give people an idea for how it works. So maybe Bob, you can walk through this equation.
Okay. So this is, as Kim mentioned, this is what we have in our reg right now in terms of the emission credits, which the manufacturer is able to generate based on their engine certification level compared to the FEL level. And so it's once again, it's able to, the amount of credits generated is also based on the difference between the standard and the FEL multiplied by the volume times the average power rating times the useful life. And I think, Kim, this equation really doesn't specify how the credit to be used. I think it's just to also to establish how much credit is could be generated. Unless I'm mistaken with this.
Well, this would be the same equation you'd use. So let's say you wanted to make an engine with an FEL above the standard, then this equation would show how much credit you need to use to enable you to be allowed to do that.
Okay, correct. Okay, so yes, just to kind of add up to what Kim was just saying, if a manufacturer has a need to use the credit because for some reason they need to produce an engine that is higher than FEL level, then they would take whatever the credits that they were able to generate through the hybrid and apply it towards the higher FEL engine that they have to produce, and this would establish how much credit that they would need to be able to produce an engine that is higher than the emission standards.
Okay, well, thanks for walking through that impromptu explanation. And again, we'll get this posted and we can also incorporate this in our next public event too, just to make sure everyone who's interested gets a full understanding.
Yeah, I think that there may be a minor correction on the on the emission credit generation equation at the bottom. I think it's just the 5% or the 10% multiplied by the standard and not the standard minus the FEL. But we will make sure that we have the correct form of the equation, and then we will post it. And then I just also would like to remind everyone that we are still in the process of evaluating how we would be, how a manufacturer could generate the credit, and that may impact the final equation that we would be presenting at a future workshop process. Yeah.
Do we want to take this time for people to write in the Q&A chat any questions they have on this equation?
We can do that, or if they want
raise
to,
your hand.
Yeah,
we have one from William Martin.
It appears that the credit, sorry, it moved. It appears that the credit formula assumes the engine operates at the average PR over UL useful life at the FEL maximum average power, correct?
I believe, well, the average power, it's in our current reg, and I believe the reason we use that is because we cannot be sure at what power rating the equipment will operate throughout the cycle, and especially if the system, the application that generate the credit varies across the range. Let's say that you have a range of equipment. And so if that's the case, then we would have to be able to have one number. We cannot have a credit system where it just vary every single second of the operation. So we have to use some sort of average number to establish an emission credit that people can use and that people can generate and people can use.
Do we have any hands raised?
I don't see any hands raised, but let me see. I see two more questions. Hybrids, you keep mentioning tier 4 and tier 5 as applicable, but you also said that this hybrid credit won't be available until tier 5 is implemented. When tier 4 final is no longer acceptable in California, could you explain?
Okay. When I was referring that the tier 5 regulation is implemented, that means it's adopted and approved by the OAL, which is the Office of Administrative Law. But even when after full approval, there is a lead time for when the emission standards will kick in. So let's say that we adopt the regulations in 2025. It typically takes about a year for the Office of Administrative Law to fully approve the regulations. So the regulation won't become fully effective until 2026. But then the emission standards that is associated with the tier 5, sometimes we provide lead time for manufacturer to comply. So let's say that the first tier 5 standard doesn't kick in until, let's say, 2030, okay, for example. So the tier 5 emission standard that was adopted will not become effective until 2030. So in the meantime, the tier 4 standards would still be in effect even after we have adopted the tier 5 regulations. And so that's what I mean when I said that as long as the tier 4 emission standard is still in effect, then the manufacturer would be able to use the tier 4 final in the hybrid system. And once the tier 5 emission standards takes effect, then the tier 5 engine would be required.
Just as a correction, Bob, we're proposing to implement tier 5 in 2028 and 2029. So I know 2030 was your hypothetical, but in case people don't know, I just want to correct the record. So it's 2028 and 2029 is the implementation or the implementation date.
Thank you, Jana. So in that case, if the regulation, if we have a board hearing to adopt the regulation in 2025, for example, and the regulation becomes law in 2026 after OAL, then between now and 2028 or 2029 as applicable, people can still use the tier 4 final engine. Okay.
Yeah, you may want to go back to 5% default explanation, no equation needed, or demonstrate an FEL where you use the equation to calculate credits, but Carb won't allow more than 10% of a standard.
Okay, I'm trying to understand the question. You may want to go back to 5% default explanation or demonstrate an FEL where you use the equation to calculate credits, but Carb won't allow more than 10% of standard. Okay, I have to admit, I don't quite understand the request here. Okay, so Jenny,
I was going to suggest that maybe Steve Berry may want to unmute himself and then he can clarify his meaning. Can you unmute him, Muslim?
Yes, I'm trying to find him.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. It was not a question. It was just a suggestion. Since the group evidently was not familiar with the emissions credit equation, the first equation you showed had the 5 and 10% figures. It was just now that there's an equation and an understanding about how credits are calculated, you may want to go back to your premise, which is a manufacturer can certify a hybrid system and automatically, without using equations, earn 5% of the standard credits. Or if the manufacturer chooses to, they can demonstrate a certain Knox reduction, which generates an FEL, which you then take to the equation, calculate the credits that you gain with that FEL, but that Carb won't allow more than 10% of the standard in total credits for any given hybrid unit sold.
Okay. Well, thank you for the clarification, and I'm glad that you were able to clarify it, because I think would like to kind of clarify what my previous statement as well. And so with the 5% and the 10%, those are simply credit levels that manufacturer can generate. Okay. With the 5%, it's not that they don't have to provide that nothing is automatic. They still have to use the equation that I've shown to calculate the total amount of credit that they were able to generate with their system, which is based on the 5% default level, okay? And the 5% default level is only granted if the manufacturer is able to support that 5% by providing data on fuel consumptions reductions, by providing either Knox emission benefit data, or through an engineering analysis that supports the Knox reduction based on the fuel consumption reduction. Okay, and the 10% is again the same thing. It's also the amount of total credit would be based on the calculation from that equation. And instead of using the 5%, now the manufacturer is able to use the 10% if they were approved for that level of emission credit based on the information that they provided. Okay, and so that's how the total emission credit is generated through that equation. And there's since I'm talking about the equation, there is a question from Yan Bin Mo. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. That said the standard times percent, the standard times the 5% or the FEL minus standard times percent. Though what we are envisioning at this point is it is the standard times the percent, so that if the emission standard is at 0.3, for example, okay, then the 5% would be multiply that. But we will go back and take another look at the information that we are providing, and then we would be providing additional clarification if necessary.
Yeah, and just to add here, this is actually my mistake. The equation that Moslem is showing now, there shouldn't be the minus FEL there. So if you're talking about generating credits using a hybrid, it would just be 5 or 10% times the relevant standard. The FEL is not relevant in this one. So apologize for that error, and we'll get that corrected in the version we post.
Okay, Steve, since you're on, I don't know whether you're still on, you have another follow-up, question?
Well, it was just a suggestion. If this is a means to incentivize the sale of hybrids to some degree, it could be that you could make this possibility available prior to the first implementation of Tier 5. For example, if your first power category, whatever, comes into effect model year 2028, must be Tier 5. You could still, the final rule could make this process for hybrids available for model year 2027, model year 2026. Why not allow the incentive to play out in those early years, ostensibly against the Tier 4 standard?
Yes, and that is our intent. I apologize if I didn't make that clear. And as I mentioned earlier, when responding to the question of Tier 4 final versus Tier 5 engine, and basically, if I discussed the situation that if the rule was adopted in 2025 and become get OAL approved in 2026, but with an effective date of 2028 or 2029. So the early years between 26, 27, and potentially 2028, if the horsepower rating for that category is not, it doesn't become effective until 2029. So those early years, certainly manufacturer can earn credit, can generate credit based on the Tier 4 final standards, okay? So we do currently, under our proposed concept, we do allow for that scenario.
Okay, mistake is mine. Sorry, I didn't know.
No problem, thank you, Steve. Any more questions from the hybrid? Moslem?
Yes, could you confirm this formula also apply to preempted applications?
Okay. It's right. Oh, okay. So if it's okay, Jeff, I may need your help here.
Sure.
So the formula is generate the credit based on the hybrid system that the applicant wants to apply for credit. If it's preempted, then I'm not sure what we want to do with that. If it's preempted, I mean, it doesn't need to comply with the regulations, right? With whatever the standards that we are proposing. And so if it doesn't have to comply with the standard, I'm not sure how it would be able to generate the credit.
Right, we don't have the authority to regulate the preempted engines, so I'm not sure how that would factor into a credit scheme. I don't believe it could. I think it has to be kept separate, unless EPA, aligns with Tier 5, which would be the best case scenario for all parties. I don't think we can.
Yeah.
I don't have any more question, Bob, for now.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for all the questions. It's been very informative, and it's gonna help us with making additional modification and proposal. And so if you have any follow-up comments or suggestions after the work group, please go ahead and send it to us. And we certainly would be welcome to be meeting with you as well if that's what you want to do. Thank you.
All right, well, it appears that we're actually back on schedule with our original agenda. So unless, Bill, your name is showing, I don't know if you had a comment to make right now, but nonetheless, yep, we're ready to proceed with the small volume manufacturer provisions. So please type your questions in during this presentation, and then we can circle back and certainly take questions from all the presentations at the end.
Sounds good. Hello again. This is the final presentation of the day, and it's meant to explain the need for a potential California-specific small volume manufacturer definition and the allowances that would apply to engine manufacturers who qualify under that definition. Again, I'm going to be very annoying you by repeatedly using the adjectives potential and conceptual to emphasize that these concepts are still in development, in progress, and not at all a final proposal. Next slide, please. As summarized here, I'll begin by explaining the overall need to adopt potential relief provisions for manufacturers who sell few engines in California, primarily to keep these manufacturers from departing the California market due to financial concerns. I'll go over the current definition of a small volume manufacturer in the off-road diesel regulations, which is based on federal sales volumes, and then explain why this definition may no longer be sufficient once Carb adopts potential Tier 5 standards that could differ significantly in stringency compared to US EPA's non-road diesel engine standards. After that, I'll go over the rationale employed in defining a potential new small volume manufacturer in California. And finally, I'll identify the allowances under consideration for manufacturers qualifying as small volume under the potential provision. Next slide, please. Thanks, Melissa. In meeting with manufacturers over the last year or so to discuss Tier 5, it's become clear to Carb staff that some manufacturers who produce limited numbers of new engines in California may not be able to comply with significantly more stringent emission standards without the economies of scale that have been afforded them under Tier 4, which is a federal program, 50 state. The Tier 4 emission standards are the same in California as they are federally. Therefore, staff believes it may be necessary to provide relief from some of the potential Tier 5 requirements to these small volume manufacturers in order to keep them in the California market, protecting California businesses, employees, and clients who depend on the availability of their engines for their livelihood and for infrastructure purposes. Next slide, please. Although special relief provisions for small volume manufacturers already exist as part of the new off-road diesel regulations, both federally and in California, these small volume manufacturers qualify based on federal sales volumes independent of California sales volumes. Currently, a small volume manufacturer is defined as producing less than 2,500 non-road diesel engines per year and having less than 1,000 employees nationwide. As I will discuss more later, defining a small volume manufacturer by federal sales is not an impediment in California under Tier 4, but that's because California and the US EPA have the same off-road diesel engine standards. Next slide. Here's a summary of small volume manufacturer allowances as currently provided under the Tier 4 non-road diesel regulations. Small volume manufacturers are provided additional time to comply with the then new Tier 4 standards. Additionally, small volume manufacturers did not have to comply with NTE limits, nor did they have to report nitrous oxide and methane measurements. and they were eligible to use assigned deterioration factors, as well as eligible for more generous flexibility allowances under the TPEM program and the hardship relief provisions. Next slide. So why didn't Carb adopt state-specific small volume manufacturer allowances when California aligned with US EPA's Tier 4 regulation back in 2004? The short answer is because there was no need. The Tier 4 standards were harmonized in all 50 states. Therefore, basing the definition in California on federal sales made sense, especially considering that the Tier 4 credit program and the equipment manufacturer relief programs were administered, as they currently are, at the federal level. Furthermore, a harmonized definition of a small volume manufacturer based on federal sales volumes eliminated the need for manufacturers to independently track California sales volumes. Next slide, Melissa. So what's changing under Tier 5 that necessitates the adoption of a California-specific small volume manufacturer definition? Again, the short answer to this question is that it appears unlikely that Carb and US EPA will maintain harmonized standards in the future. At this juncture in time, US EPA is not planning to promulgate Tier 5 equivalent standards in the same time frame being considered by Carb, and that federal standards may remain at current Tier 4 standards for some time beyond the adoption of Tier 5 in California, which, as Jenna mentioned previously, adoption would occur probably in 2025 and implementation by 2028. The adoption of unique standards in California would therefore necessitate an accurate assessment of California's specific sales volume, upon which new certification requirements will be based, including California's specific averaging programs, low load cycle testing and reporting, and a new CO2 standard, as well as off-road onboard diagnostics. To appropriately, and not yet, jumping the gun on me, Muslim. Yeah, slide 7. To appropriately and fairly exempt California and small volume manufacturers from certain potential Tier 5 requirements, it's critical to base California small volume manufacturer allowances on California sales, in particular, non-preempted California sales, since non-preempted engines are the only engines Carb has the authority to regulate. Wow, you're jumping all around. Can you go to slide 8? Thanks. Staff believes that the definition of a California-specific small volume manufacturer should be based on both total California sales and non-preempted California sales. Although Carb can only regulate non-preempted engines used in farm and construction equipment less than 175 horsepower, total California sales must be considered to ensure that the manufacturer qualifying for small volume allowances is indeed a manufacturer of few engines and not just few non-preempted engines. Some manufacturers produce large numbers of preempted engines, but fewer non-preempted engines. These manufacturers should have sufficient resources to produce Tier 5 engines despite the small numbers of non-preempted engines by spreading development costs for the non-preempted engines over their entire federal and international product lines. For example, a hypothetical manufacturer could sell 1,000 or more total engines in California, but only 10 non-preempted engines, which would make it a small volume manufacturer if we only considered non-preempted sales based on the current criteria of 60 or fewer non-preempted units as illustrated in this slide. This may be unfair because the hypothetical manufacturer in this example produces many engines over which the costs of Tier 5 compliance may be distributed despite only producing 10 non-preempted engines. As with the federal definition of a small volume manufacturer, staff believes that a California-specific small volume manufacturer definition should include total production from both the parent company and all subsidiaries. Furthermore, staff believes it's appropriate to include all new engine sales when determining a small volume manufacturer, including those produced under the Abnt program, flexibility program, and the new replacement engine provisions. We welcome discussion and comments on this inclusion. Staff is opting to retain the less than 1,000 employee criterion because virtually all of the off-road diesel manufacturers produce and certify engines nationwide. Therefore, it makes sense that many of these employees are spread out over many states other than California. This potential requirement that a small volume manufacturer has not previously produced Tier 5 engines is in place to ensure that a manufacturer who starts off as a non-small volume manufacturer producing fully compliant Tier 5 engines isn't allowed to backslide in the future should it deliberately decide to produce few engines for sale in California, downsizing, for example, bringing it into the small volume classification. It is presumed that once a manufacturer has produced fully Tier 5 compliant engines, it should not be allowed to subsequently produce engines with a relaxed NOx standard. Next slide, please. Here we see a graphical illustration of how a small volume manufacturer would be defined based on California's sales volumes. Only those manufacturers common in the Venn diagram would be eligible for potential California-specific small volume manufacturer allowances. Next slide. The criteria of 200 total engine sales for use in determining a California small volume manufacturer was selected because it correlates well to the federal definition, which is based on 2,500 federal engine sales. 200 is equivalent to the California fraction of federal sales. The criterion of 60 non-preempted engine sales was selected based on the current fraction of non-preempted engine sales in California. Defining a small volume manufacturer in this manner would limit applicability of the small volume provision to approximately 0.5% of total California off-road diesel sales in the 2020 model year. The emissions impact of California small volume manufacturers as proposed is currently only 0.33% of the California NOx inventory in California. Therefore, the emissions impact of the proposal for a California small volume manufacturer, or I should say the potential proposal, is virtually negligible. PM standards are not affected by a small volume classification. They would remain the same as for non-small volume manufacturers under Tier 5. Slide 11. This chart shows the anonymized distribution of manufacturers who certify off-road diesel engines in California for the 2020 model year. It's shown as a percentage of total sales because we cannot show actual sales due to confidentiality issues. According to the chart, 9 out of 27 manufacturers would qualify as small volume manufacturers under the conceptual small volume manufacturer proposal. As I mentioned previously, these 9 manufacturers represent only 0.5% of total off-road diesel engine sales in California. Slide 12. This slide illustrates the impact that small volume manufacturers currently have on the total California off-road diesel NOx emissions inventory. As shown in the pie chart, NOx emissions from California small volume manufacturers, as potentially proposed, are only responsible for 1/3% of the California NOx emissions inventory, or approximately 6 tons per day. Next slide. This table summarizes the conceptual standards that would initially apply to small and non-small volume manufacturers under the potential small volume manufacturer provisions. The main difference is that small volume manufacturers would initially be allowed to comply with somewhat relaxed NOx standards under Tier 5. Small volume manufacturers of engines in the 19 to 56 kilowatt power category would be allowed to comply with NOx standards that are 25% lower than Tier 4 standards, rather than the 75% lower standards proposed for non-small volume manufacturers. Engines between 56 and 560 kilowatts would be allowed to comply with 75% lower NOx standards instead of the 90% lower NOx standards under Tier 5. And engines greater than 560 kilowatts would be required to comply with 25% lower NOx standards rather than the 50% reduction required for non-small volume, potentially required for non-small volume manufacturers. Additionally, small volume manufacturers in all power categories could be exempt from potential greenhouse gas capping standards currently being considered for the Tier 5 rulemaking. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, the small volume manufacturer relief for meeting final Tier 5 NOx standards would be temporary up to 2 years as considered under staff's potential proposal. And this is similar to the way the federal small volume provisions work. We're open to comments and suggestions and alternatives for possibly extending the flexibility, the relaxed standard. We certainly want comments. And again, none of this is written in stone yet. So if you have comments, if you think something else makes sense, or if you have a problem with that, please let us know. There are other exemptions afforded to small volume manufacturers under the proposal, the potential proposal, including relief from any useful life changes that we might make under Tier 5, and an exemption from low load cycle testing. Staff is still considering the extent of in-use testing requirements for small volume manufacturers should we adopt this provision, and also OBD capabilities for small volume manufacturers. However, at a minimum, we believe that standardized connectors, fault codes, and communication protocols would be necessary even for small volume manufacturers under a Tier 5 OBD program. That's it. You made it to the end. This concludes my presentation. We will take comments now.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's start with the first question. Federal standards will likely remain at Tier 4 levels for at least a few years. Can you qualify the will likely? Is it a possibility, a certainty?
Sure, let me try and tackle that. Hi, Xavier. We've had numerous discussions with EPA. We've even asked EMA to talk to them, about working with us, possibly aligning with Carb regarding a Tier 5 rulemaking effort. As of yet, they don't appear to have the resources to undertake a Tier 5 rulemaking effort. They have other projects that are taking priority. Since we're looking to adopt standards in 2025, it's unlikely, at this point in time, nobody has a crystal ball, but it's unlikely that they will be able to, match our pace in terms of adopting those standards. I'm confident that they will eventually, but I'm thinking that it could be 2, maybe 3 years after we adopt in 2025 that we see EPA come on board. So I don't know how many years, but in all likelihood, there will be some separation, that there will be some disharmonization of off-road standards.
Thank you. Next question. Without naming them, are you aware of any engine manufacturer having 1,000 or fewer employees, including the parent company and all subsidiaries?
That's a good question. I have not looked into the employee count, but you bring this up. It's a good question. Should that number be adjusted? We use the federal number of 1,000 employees. Xavier, are you thinking that number may be too high? That most manufacturers have fewer employees nationwide, or that they have more? I can't answer your question, but I'd certainly like to discuss this more with you and anyone else who has the same concern.
I think maybe he raised the hand. Let me check if he wants to talk. Just give me a second, Jeff.
Yeah, Jeff, Xavier Faucon, John Deere. No, my question was, I was thinking that that number may be, I'm just honestly not sure. Well, you presented the impact on from a volume on sale on California directed sale, which is great. I'm just not sure if that criteria would apply, and if there are, it's a honest question. I don't know if there are any engine manufacturers that is truly less than 1,000 employees. Maybe there are. That's what I was asking. Yeah. So if there are none, that would in effect make those provisions meaningless.
Right.
Because you said it's a requirement to qualify.
Are you at liberty to say how many employees John Deere has?
It's
liberty to say if you have
it's
more
it's around well, John Deere parent company and all subsidiary. I would say it's around 50 to 60,000.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you. This is something that we'll look into. Appreciate the question.
Thank you so much. Mr. Kevin Brown, you have a question. Unmute yourself.
Hi. So it's been many years since I've had to review in detail Tier 4 standards, but I seem to recall that there were also allowances for small volume non-road equipment manufacturers that allowed engine manufacturers to supply engines that didn't meet the standard for a certain number of years to small equipment manufacturers, or for off-road equipment models that were produced in small volume, that there was some allowances made for that to phase in because of the cost of redesigning off-road equipment. And I think that might be a bigger issue here than the engine manufacturers, because there's probably a lot more equipment manufacturers who may not have the same ability as quickly to redesign different models of equipment to accept Tier 5 engines. And even some of the big manufacturers, for certain small volumes of equipment they may supply to California, might say it's not worth redesigning the entire piece of equipment to accept Tier 5 engine, if it won't fit the same space envelope.
Sure, I appreciate the comment. Yes, you're describing the transition program for equipment manufacturers, TPEM, or it's probably more frequently referred to as the flexibility program, which was part of Tier 4, and I believe part of the Tier 2, Tier 3 requirements as well. There were two phases of it. The program was, it allowed equipment manufacturers to install previous tier engines for a number of years. It was based either on a percentage of their production, or if they were small volume, it was based on actual numbers of sales volumes that they could use. Yeah, that's different than what we are proposing, although the small volume manufacturer, the existing provisions, like I said, they did allow for additional flexibility allowances for the small volume manufacturer. I addressed a similar question earlier, and also when we did the workshop last November, we brought up this topic. The flexibility program, being able to install older engines into new equipment, it tends to dilute the effect of the new standard, obviously, because percentage of new equipment is being sold with less clean engines. You're right, it was adopted as a cost flexibility mechanism for the equipment manufacturers. We were hoping, based on the testing that's going on at Southwest Research Institute, that we wouldn't have to, what's the word I'm looking for? Bring back to life the flexibility program under Tier 5, because the technologies being looked at were similar, at least packaging wise, to the SCR and the DPFs that were required under Tier 4, or at least used to meet the standards that were required under Tier 4. That probably won't go far enough, especially for some of the small power categories where they're going to be potentially introducing SCR for the first time. It's going to require probably some major modifications, if not extensive modifications to the chassis in order to accommodate the new technologies. So yes, we will be considering some type of flexibility, again, for the equipment manufacturer. We would like, and we request input from industry and other interested stakeholders. We would like a program that didn't require so much accounting work, to figure out, again, the program, the Tier 4 program was done at the federal level. So California was never sure if we were getting our fair share of dirtier engines, in California because of the flexibility. We would like some program, and some of the thoughts were that instead of a % of production allowance, we would allow more time to meet the Tier 5 standards for manufacturers that had to do significant redesign. But this is an area where we're really requesting feedback from industry and folks like yourself.
Yeah, so I think what I suspect is that you may actually have more small California businesses impacted because they're building equipment and having to make changes to the equipment to accept a Tier 5 engine. That might be the bigger impact here. It's just something for you to consider. It's a comment. It's for you to consider. But I just remember how much those flexibility provisions, were a big deal under Tier 4. That's what I seem to be recalling. And my memory is telling me that I think there's you need to seek out maybe any small off-road equipment manufacturers in California who are not engine manufacturers.
We've been talking to them.
Okay,
and
good.
Your comment is, it's well formed. We will be considering this, and we do have to look at the effect on businesses in California, that would be affected by our rulemaking, including this part of the proposal. So thank you for your comment. I appreciate it.
And you just want to reiterate that, based on the testing at Southwest Research, that it does look at this point in time that the packaging for at least the high volume, larger engines doesn't look to be an issue at this point in time. It looks like it's probably going to package into a very similar space envelope.
The engine being tested, it's approximately a 250 horsepower John Deere tractor engine. Our contractor says that the technology should be transferable between 56 and 560 kilowatts. There may be cases, where that doesn't hold true. But yes, the technology, for the most part, that's being investigated, appears to be able to fit into the same packaging for the most part.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I really wish EPA did have the resources to tackle this with you at the same time, because it would make life so much easier.
I agree, and I thank you for that comment.
Okay, move on to the next question. Could you explain why you are not considering a small volume OEM provision as related to the engine they use? Is it because Tier 5 is an engine-based regulation only?
Yes, Xavier. Tier 5 is an engine-based regulation. So we're looking at small volume engine manufacturers and a way, if a manufacturer, they only produce, I think my example was 10 engines. That's all they produce in California. Are they going to invest in Tier 5? If they have to invest in robust, very stringent emission control technology. Okay, so yeah, from that perspective, it's the engine manufacturer, but it's also the equipment that those engines go into. The folks that use them who live in California, or they used, for livelihood, or they used, I was going to say farm, but we're generally preempt from regulating those equipment anyway. But is it used for infrastructure improvements? We want to be conscious of who it's affecting, and to be able to do what we can to provide relief. Because we're potentially maybe allowing a less stringent standard, but if it saves jobs, and based on the analysis that I presented, it doesn't appear to really be affecting emissions, then I think it makes sense. But again, we're open to we're open to conversation on this. You know, does it present a unfair competitive disadvantage to small volume manufacturers? I think that's unlikely. You know, I don't think a small volume manufacturer will ramp up production to try and compete. You know, if they get this allowance to try and compete with a non-small volume manufacturer, you know, especially if it kicks them out of the allowance altogether because now they're producing too many engines to be a small volume manufacturer. But again, yeah, it's an engine-based proposal, Xavier. It's not based on the equipment.
Thank you, Jeff. Next question. Why does it need
I just wanted to add one thing. Also, you know, we are looking for alternative proposals. So if you have an alternative proposal, we'd be interested in hearing that too.
Absolutely.
Okay, why does it need an employee criteria? Shouldn't the production volume for California be the correct measure only?
We included the employee criteria because it's in the existing definition. You know, although we are making changes, you know, we like to retain harmonization with EPA to the extent feasible. And because their definition for a small volume manufacturer included 1,000 employees, we thought we would include that as well in our definition. Now Xavier, you know, he brought up a good point that maybe that's really the limiting factor in who qualifies for this provision. So it may be something we need to look at. And if folks are willing to share their employee counts with us, or if maybe you go through EMA or AEM, you know, to aggregate those, or if it's a competitive issue and proprietary information issue, maybe that they can send that information to us and kind of see, maybe we should adjust that number. Thank you.
Next question. What about equipment manufacturers, not engine, who sell a small volume into California? Engine integration may be a challenge for OEMs selling a small volume of a machine type into California. Related, an equipment OEM may sell multiple machines into California, but a small amount of a certain machine form type. How do these rules apply?
And this is similar to the question I answered verbally a few minutes ago. Yeah, there was a flexibility program that tried to ease the transition when there was a standard change for the equipment manufacturer. You know, we would like to limit that if possible, if it's, you know, so long as it does not affect, it does not significantly affect, you know, businesses in California or the, you know, the sale of off-road equipment into California. With that said, it does appear likely at this point that we will need to adopt some form of relief, especially for the smaller off-road diesel engine manufacturers who will be incorporating advanced Knox control technology for the first time, which may require significant redesign of their chassis. Please engage us on this. You know, help us, let us know what the needs are, you know, specifically who needs, you know, flexibility. And please engage us with, you know, a proposal that would not require, you know, the tabulation of percents of productions every year. Something that, like I had mentioned earlier, perhaps delaying the implementation of the standard by a year or two. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. There is no more question for now.
Great. No raised hands?
No raised hand, no.
Terrific.
Do people have other questions on some of the other topics that we've covered today? We covered, just as a recap, we covered the low load cycle, the hybrid crediting provision. Jeff went over the GHG capping standards, as well as the small volume manufacturing concept. So feel free to, excuse me, raise your hand and put more questions in the chat. We're here till 4. Hopefully it won't be that long, but we still have more time and are happy to answer questions. So I see one in the chat.
Yes, it's a hybrid. One more. You said that you are not restricting the provision to any type of architecture. In particular, any energy accumulation system is not necessarily required. Does it mean that the sum of various efficiency improvements on the equipment could make that machine eligible for Knox credits, even if none of these improvements taken individually fits the conventional idea of a hybrid machine?
Okay, this is Bob Nguyen again, and regarding the 100 questions once more. So basically our intent is not to favor any particular type of hybrid system unless we receive comments from stakeholders that indicates that maybe we should consider restricting the credit to a particular type of hybrid, because we do want to make sure that every different manufacturer have an opportunity to generate the credit. Okay, and so, but that's why when doing the application process, we would take a look at the information that is provided concerning the hybrid system, and if it is able to demonstrate at least a 20% reductions that we are specifying, then we would consider and also along with Knox benefits, then we would consider that system to be eligible to generate the credit. And so if you're talking about some sort of mild system or some sort of start and stop system, it is doubtful that such system would be able to generate the requisite minimum 20% fuel consumption reductions. And so we certainly would be open for any comments you have on our thought process.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Franz, would you, okay, Franz, I think I better unmute you and you can explain your question because it's a long one. Just give me a second if you wanna.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the text is rather long, but it's really simply recounting what was shared back in November 2021, inquiring if anything on OBD can be shared. I know it's not on the agenda today in particular, but was interested in any update that could be available. One key question would be if J1979-2 OBD on UDS would be perceived as mandatory, or if any key monitors can be confirmed as directionally in scope. I did hear earlier that the connector, the fault codes, the communication would be considered for small volume as well as large volume.
Franz, this is Jason Wong talking.
Hi, Jason.
Long time no hear from.
Yep, no contact for many years.
Yeah.
Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear from you. Yeah, my group's going to be helping out Jenna's group with the OBD portion of it, and we're still. This is like off-road industry is a new industry for us, so we're depending upon a lot of their expertise and like by attending these workshops and meetings with manufacturers to get a better feel for it and to listen to concerns. But I think not a whole lot has changed from what you posted in the workshop. All of those are being considered. It's one thing for sure. We don't believe it's going to be as comprehensive as on-road OBD, and that's kind of inferred by the second bullet that you had there, possibly major and component monitorings, and you kind of picked out some of the key ones that we might be considering or concentrating on. As far as the inducements, I think that's that's something that Jenna's group has mentioned to us that like China's doing, and we're still trying to learn what their inducement strategies are to see if it makes sense to align with them in Europe. As far as the standardized connector, I think that is, as Jeff Lowry mentioned earlier, that's something that we think is important. And so we're probably gonna shoot for that. We might be, some manufacturers had a concern or about like maybe location of the connectors and concern about the robustness of any connector that we decide on. And that's something that we'll have to consider too, but we like to have a standardized connector so that one tool can be used to communicate with the equipment. Fault information is something that we'd like to also have standardized with fault codes. As far as data stream parameters, there's we haven't, there will probably be some data stream parameter requirements, but probably not to the same extent as on-road. There's no vehicle speed, as you well know. And so we're still like trying to consider what is appropriate. And I think a core part of what's considered OBD, but it's really not OBD, but it's in the on-road OBD requirements, is the Knox and CO2 tracking. That's OBD regulation was a conduit for keeping, you know, for having those requirements in there. So it's kind of, you know, we kind of got hooked into that or aligned with that being considered OBD. But it's just that we're in charge of the communication aspects of with the vehicle and the scan tool. So that's still going to be in there. It's very likely that will be in there. But as far as the aspects of how what bins and so forth we would have, we're still you know, we have a contract with a contractor to help us like research what is an appropriate bins and parameters to have for these NOx and CO2 trackers. Your final point there about J1979-2, we don't, I'm not too sure we're gonna require that since the off-road sector is mainly diesel and maybe more aligned with the heavy duty in on-road groups. I think what we would most likely do is allow J1939 and J1979. So it wouldn't be, I don't think we would necessarily require just J1979-2, but I think most likely it would be something similar to heavy duty where you could use one of two standardized protocols, and the scan tool should be able to determine which ones to communicate with. So it doesn't have to be one particular like scan tool, but ideally if it's able to determine. But we haven't, if we're gonna allow J1979, it's going to be eventually, as you know, J1979's going over to -2. So if we're gonna allow 1979, it would be -2, and you can use the old 1979 unless there's reasons that you believe we should allow that one too. But I think that would make the most sense, is to go with -2 if we do allow it. Does that answer your questions, Franz?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, Jason and Franz. I think that our hopes are to have a workshop on many topics in November, and one of the topics will include OBD. So be on the lookout for that, and that would be in November.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next question. I'm thinking the 1,000 employee limit with subsidiary included might be limiting a company from expanding into rural or disadvantaged communities, which just might feel like for all purposes intended. Be a small volume. Perhaps geographical region population should be considered. Jeff, you wanna comment on that?
Sure, just had to find my mute button.
Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Bridget, for the question. The provision that I'm talking about, it's a small volume engine manufacturer provision, and the 1,000 employees, you know, it's a national figure. You know, if they have more than that, we would say they aren't small volume, but based on comments we received today, we'll have to look into that. I don't know that that it would prevent anyone from expanding into a disadvantaged community. Again, it's a manufacturing, you know, it's an engine rulemaking. It's not an in-use program. It's not an incentives program per se. I mean, I appreciate the comment, and if I'm missing something, you know, please reach out to me, or, you know, send us an email on the Tier 5 website. Because yeah, I'd like to follow up with that if I'm misunderstanding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. I saw that there were some differences between what was posted on the website and what was presented. Will the website be updated? Jenna, please.
Yes, thanks for your question, Steve. Yes, when we originally uploaded all the slides on August 1st, we since realized that there was an error on the small volume manufacturer slide deck. And so we made a correction to slide number 7 for the small volume manufacturer deck. And that correction was posted on Friday.
Jenna, wasn't it the CO2 standards deck, not small volume manufacturer?
You're right. Thank you. Yes, that's correct. It was the GHG capping. So that slide deck, GHG capping slide 7 was changed. And we'll
stick a little note. Sorry, we'll stick a little note on the website just to make clear which ones we updated, just so people aren't worrying they don't have the right version.
Yep.
Okay.
And then did you have a quick change on the low load cycle, what you presented on this morning? Was there a typo or something?
No, I didn't make any changes.
Okay, then as far as I'm aware, Steve, that was only that GHG capping slide 7.
Okay, maybe I was mistaken. I thought I saw explanations as to the group that developed NRTC, an extra bullet when I was flipping back and forth. But okay, as long as everything will be up to date.
We didn't make any changes to LLC.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks for clarifying though for the group.
Are there any changes to off-road diesel under 19 kilowatts?
Sure, I'll take a stab at this one. We are proposing Tier 5 standards for engines under 19 kilowatts. We're proposing up to 75% reduced standards in that category. We, as in the Tier 5 group, probably won't propose this, but we do anticipate a requirement in the future that would require equipment using engines under 19 kilowatts to be zero emission, or in all likelihood, electric, battery powered. So those would be the changes. And if that, you know, if manufacturers want to meet that requirement when it comes, that hypothetical requirement that probably will happen at some point, then they wouldn't have to comply with internal combustion standards for less than 19 kilowatts. But with that said, we are adopting internal combustion standards just so that that option will exist.
Thank you, Jeff. Does the LLC consider the engine bigger than 560 kilowatt in the future? Yi, please.
Yeah, we don't have enough data for bigger engines right now, and we are requesting data for those bigger engines. We would also discuss with interested stakeholders to see how the LLC concept should be modified for those bigger engines, or if it is necessary to have an LLC for those bigger engines. We are open to discussion.
Thank you. During a California-only Tier 5 promulgation period, 2028 plus, would you prevent older or new Tier 4 engines equipment entering the state? If so, how?
Okay, I can take that one. So as we discussed a little bit earlier this morning, in addition to having new engine standards, Carb also has in-use requirements for fleets that own and operate off-road diesel equipment in California. And so, and the way that engine standards are set up, in order to legally purchase a new piece of equipment, you're legally supposed to be buying one that contains an engine that's legal in California. So you're not supposed to like drive across the border to Nevada and buy something new and bring it in. And the way we would be enforcing that is through enforcement of our in-use program, which requires reporting of off-road diesel equipment to Carb, and you get assigned an equipment identification number, and you have to report it in our door system and label the equipment. And so that would be the mechanism for trying to prevent that sort of non-compliance.
Thank you, Kim. Next question. Could you please clarify what was stated for under 19 kilowatt, 75% reduction? Jeff, please.
Sure. Yeah, we had proposed at the November 3rd workshop NOx reductions of 75% below the Tier 4 final standard for engines between 8 and 19 kilowatts. And for engines below 8 kilowatts, we proposed a 50% standard from the Tier 4 final level. I also mentioned that we have another section division within Carb that will be looking at equipment probably in that category to become zero emission or to require zero emission powertrains for those equipments. That's not part of our Tier 5 rulemaking, but it most likely will be a program that Carb will pursue in the near future. So they could very well become electric as well.
Thank you. No more question for now.
At this time, we can take more questions in the chat or in the Q&A chat, or people can raise their hands. All right. I don't see any raised hands or additional questions. So I think just to wrap it up for our next steps, I can turn on my video too. Over the next few months, we're gonna, as we've mentioned before, we're working, and I sent many emails out. We're working with our contractor, 44 Energy, and they'll be reaching out to manufacturers to complete a survey as part of our Tier 5 cost analysis. We've been working on finalizing that survey with 44 Energy. So our hope is that you would please fill it out when you're approached. And then also what we're thinking is that we'd have a little meeting to go over how to fill out the survey, because it is an in-depth survey, and it might make it easier if we discuss it and see if folks have any questions, because it is a bit complex and covers multiple power ratings. So be on the lookout for that over the next month or so. In the meantime, as we've mentioned already many times, we're scheduled to go to the board in 2024. Excuse me, late 2024 or early 2025. Implementation is 2028, 29. And please subscribe to our website for notifications, tier 5 at arb.ca.gov. And we're going to have another workshop in November to continue the discussion on concepts for tier 5. So in any case, thanks for listening today, and we appreciate your time. And we are, as we mentioned in the various slide decks, we're requesting your feedback and comments on the concepts presented today. So please get back your comments to us. We have been receiving comments. We received written comments many times for EMA and from individual manufacturers. We really appreciate those. And then we've also been meeting with manufacturers and taking copious notes and really figuring out ways that we can address folks' comments, so that all these different methodologies of providing feedback have been really, really helpful for us. So we're really listening. In fact, the small volume manufacturer comment provisions came out of those discussions with manufacturers. So I just wanted to let you know that we are listening. So thank you for attending today's work group meeting. And without further ado, I think we've covered all the topics and more.
Yeah, and please reach out to us individually if anyone had anything they wanted to say but didn't want to say to all their competitors and anyone else who might be on this. Please reach out to us individually. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and one last thing, we will put that page that we showed during the work group, today's work group on the equation for the hybrids. We'll put that on as an attachment to the posting. So all that is located on our tier 5 website for today's meeting. You look under August 8th, and all the presentations are located there. And then we'll also post the recording from today as well. So thanks again. Thanks to all our presenters and our Carb staff who've answered questions and listened in. And we'll catch you next time in November or sooner. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.